You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, October 31st, 2022, Halloween, 11 p.m. If the chat could let me know if the audio and video is okay. So happy Halloween if you're joining me live. In front of us today are 3 books in a sort of related series. I say books, they're mostly books, but they've got a little bit of a gamey element. And today we're playing Dracula's Heir. We're going to take a look at this series, see where it fits in, catch up a little bit, then we'll get started. But let's check in with the chat first. Jonathan says that he watched Pin, which is a very weird movie, a horror movie, creepy movie. It's one of those movies where you think something's going on here, like something happened with the writer of this movie. This is too strange to be complete fiction. Has anyone watched The Stranger yet on Netflix? This is with Joel Edgerton and Sean Harris that I recommended last week. Last week? A couple days ago. We've been playing a lot this October. I did get a chance to watch it after our last stream. I'm not going to give away any spoilers, but probably my favorite movie of the year that I can remember. Okay, anything else to catch up on? If you look behind me here, sorry. Boy, it's really hard to get used to this stuff. Right here, something came in the mail today. We can take a look at it if you want. You might recognize this eye. This is our Postmortem London Gothic. I thought we would open this up together before we get started. We're going to be playing this very soon. In the next couple weeks. We should discuss what you guys want to play next. We've been trying to play horror and scary movies throughout October. And this sort of qualifies, but arrived too late. Alright. For those of you who didn't join us, don't know what this is, we played a trilogy of games from the Mysterious Package Company. Trilogy of games in the Postmortem LA series, which were basically Sherlock Holmes consulting detective style games, but with amazing writing. And then those are a couple years old. They went off the map, and now this is the fourth. It's not really connected to the series entirely, but it's sort of a spin-off from the series. I can feel there's some large items in here. I'm not a huge fan of this. I'd rather have a traditional game board box, but it's kind of heavy. We don't know what to expect by way of writing. We're not sure who the writer is. We know that the writer of the Postmortem LA trilogy is an amazing writer, and we know he's somewhat involved, but I don't think he's the main writer, but I'm not sure. Okay, but I shouldn't spend too much time on this. I just thought we would take a look at it. This isn't leather, it's plastic, but made to look like leather. All right, let's put this back away. This is not what we're playing today. Anything else to catch up on, though, before we get started? Did anyone get trick-or-treaters and all that stuff? I don't get them here. John says, saw White of the Eye, 1987, another compelling film about the wife of a sound technician. That sounds interesting. What's the famous... there's a sound technician movie that's a thriller that's a little bit famous. Blowout. There's Blowout with John Travolta. That's the sound technician thriller, which is good. And then there's Blow Up by Michelangelo. I can't remember his full name. Famous director, which is really quite good too, and involves a little bit of sound and stuff. Matt says we had about 70 trick-or-treaters. Master Antonio, or Antonio, yeah, Antonini, Michelangelo, it's so interesting how there are things that you can read and don't jump out at you, but when you try to pronounce it, but Antonini, he's it's a really cool movie, but you have to go into Blow Up with the right frame of mind, but it is kind of special. The Conversation, of course, with Gene Hackman is an amazing and influential movie. Yeah, those 1970s paranoid thrillers that they used to make, we need more of those. They don't make them like that anymore. But go watch The Stranger. All right, what else should we talk about? A reminder that I'll be doing a live Q&A chat on Tuesday, November 2nd. Tuesday? Maybe it's Wednesday. It's November 2nd at 10 p.m., not the normal 11 p.m. time, but 10 p.m. I welcome you to join. I started making a little list of what we could do if there aren't enough questions, but I thought we might try playing Mysterium Park online. That seems like it would work. If you have questions for me, however, and you won't be able to make it live, you can post them on the Board Game Geek Guild section for Call for Two. There's a link to that in the YouTube tab, or just post them anywhere, and I'd be happy to address them. What else? I recorded last night the review of the play-by-mail games. That's about 45 minutes. Not my best work, but it'll be up tomorrow, so you can watch that spoiler-free review of the play-by-mail games. If you played those games with me, I'd welcome you to add your comments to that video for anything that I might have missed. What else should we talk about? And do help if you if you visit that Board Game Geek Guild, you can help us decide what games to play next. The Postmortem London Gothic is very high up in our list, and the other thing that's high up on our list that I want to play next is a fan-made expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective called Burglary at Bellamy's, I believe. And we got contacted by the author of that, and so I'm anxious to try that as well. So one of those. Okay, in the chat is more movie talk. Parallax View with Warren Beatty. Really good movie, loved it. Clute, we've talked about Clute before, I believe. Clute is Jane Fonda's in Clute, is that right? And then 3 Days of the Condor is the Robert Redford CIA spy movie, which has got an amazing opening scene, and then sort of goes a little bit downhill after that. Logan says, got 2 from Deadbolt today. Yeah, I've got a whole stack of Deadbolt Mystery Society games now, so we'll be playing those off and on when we get the urge for a puzzle game or just on a whim. All right. Shall we get started? Okay, so you can these 3 books, I believe these are this is the complete set of books by this one company. They're all produced by one company called Quirk Books. These 2 are by Sam Stahl. Very different format. It might be interesting to see the dates on these, which came first. I believe they're like 2008. Okay, this one is 2009. So Dracula's Heir. Quirk Books in Philadelphia. Dracula's Heir is 2008. And this is a Sherlock Holmes one, which was 2007. Okay, so first came Sherlock Holmes, then Dracula's Heir, then CSI. And these 2, for some reason, are published in this very weird format where it's actually like a soft pillow. I don't know what the what that is. I don't know why that is or what that is. It's got like this one's raised. This one was not written by Sam Stahl. This one was written by Dwayne Swerzinski. And then these 2 were written by Sam Stahl. They're all in the same exact format, which is directly inherited from Dennis Wheatley's 1930s crime dossiers, which is that there's some mystery, mostly reading, and then packets of little evidence, physical evidence of various sorts. This one actually has like some rings and stuff, but it's mostly a book of reading. Okay, so we're not going to worry about those 2 for now. We'll eventually get to them on the channel, but this is the first one we're playing in this series. And this is fitting for, so I bought these all used on Amazon for cheap, originally 25 bucks, less than that on Amazon used. And, well, let's read the back here. Let's see what we're dealing with. I should say, before we get started, this is going to be mostly me reading this session, and it's going to take us a while because there's a lot of reading to do. There'll be a little bit of mystery solving in this, as you see from the back. But feel free to leave the channel, leave this stream anytime you want if you get bored, whatever. We're doing this. This is most of what I do on YouTube is sort of as if there's some reason. We don't know the reason, but we have to do it. But you don't have to be here for this, but I have to be here and read it. So feel free to leave if you get bored. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Okay. Enter freely and of your own will. In 1897, Archibald Constable and Company published Bram Stoker's Dracula, the most famous horror novel of all time. For reasons still debated by scholars, the first chapter of Dracula was cut from the book just weeks before publication. Is this all true? Here it becomes the central clue in a spine-tingling original interactive mystery. That's how they're describing this book. Not as a dossier, but as an interactive mystery. But I think the interactive mystery does not mean what they think it means. But okay. Dracula's Heir begins 10 years after the horrific events described in the original novel. Jonathan and Mina Harker are happily married and enjoying life in Bixby, England. Okay, 10 years after Dracula. Meanwhile, their friend, Dr. John Seward, is tracking a string of crimes that seems eerily familiar. A 14-year-old girl sleepwalks out of her parents' house and disappears into the night. 2 accident victims are found drained of their blood, yet there is no crime scene evidence to explain its loss. When Seward shares his discoveries with the famous vampire hunter Abraham Van Helsing, all the evidence points to Jonathan Harker. After all, Harker spent weeks imprisoned in Castle Dracula as a guest of the Count. Was he infected without anyone realizing it? Has the mild-mannered English solicitor spent the last decade lurking in the shadows as a Nosferatu? Or is someone or something else getting away with murder? Okay, here we go. This chilling mystery novella features 8 removable clues, including a newspaper, death certificate, Renfield's private journal, and the original first chapter of Bram Stoker's Dracula. When you think you've solved the crime, you can open the final signature sealed at the printer to test your powers of deduction. So we read it, it's got little pieces of evidence, some of which is like a full chapter of a book and a journal. So it's going to take us a while to read through this. Jonathan tells us that it is true that the first chapter was removed and published separately as a short story. Okay, so that's what we're reading. Now, this says when we're ready to open it, we break this seal. Okay, so this is purchase use. The seal has been broken, but it's just hiding some pages. So hopefully everything is here. It's always a little risk when you buy these used, but I believe all the evidence is here. Now, it says when you think you know the solution, you read the end to see if you're right, but that's not how we do it. We're just going to read this entire thing. And if you're here with me at the end, that's fine. If you can't stay up, you can always come back later. All right, and I think we're going to make good use of my little zoom in. Hopefully I'll be able to read this on the camera. I don't think we're going to need to take notes or anything like that. Beautiful production here. Let's see, I'm trying to think the best way to share this. Love the art. Dracula's Heir. Are we ready to start? Who here in the channel had parents that read to them stories? My mother used to read us stories at bedtime. Very fond memories of it. Jonathan says he did. His mother or father read to him. Anyone else? What did I want to test? I did a couple of things since our last... That's not what we want. Since our last Deadbolt Mystery Society game. I made some improvements to the tablet PDF. I think it's going to go smoother next time. And I did improve the way that I can take screenshots. Logan says, they did for a bit, but it went to library story times more than that. Shay says no. Thankfully. Now we have YouTube. YouTube is our teacher and our parent now. We all live in the world of YouTube. All right, here we go. Enter freely and of your own will. Let's try to center this so we can see it. Okay. Enter freely and of your own will. And look at this scary art. Who did the art in this book? Illustrations, it says, by Roland Sarkany. Typeset in Sabin and Sabbath Black. Okay, here we go. Now we're going to see what the best way to read this. Hopefully, if I can use my cubes right, we can zoom in and read it together. The documents you are about to read contain either ingenious lies or dangerous truths. I have possessed them for a year. I sincerely hope that they don't come to possess me. My name is John Kelso. I'm an American attorney formerly employed in the London office of the financial consulting firm of Finch, Feldspar & Jones. Last winter, I was approached by the estate of Lady Chase Godalming to review some of her papers pending their donation to the British Library. Lady Godalming, I learned, was the widow of Lord Arthur Godalming, who passed away in 1948. The Lord's wife, who was apparently much younger, outlived him by decades, dying in a fire in early 2007 at her home outside London. She was an amateur genealogist and a celebrated bibliophile. She seemed particularly interested in rare books and documents relating to the occult. She was a noted recluse. I'm told that toward the end of her life, she allowed only a handful of trusted servants into her presence. Absolutely no one else. Which is why I was taken aback when the woman's heir, a distant cousin of hers named Lucy Swantree, approached me about some documents Lady Godalming wanted me to have. She included specific instructions in her will that they were to be examined by you personally before passing to the British Library, she said over lunch at a restaurant in Knightsbridge. She was very young, quite beautiful, and rather businesslike. There is, of course, provision for a retainer. I think you will find it more than adequate. She quoted the fee. Adequate was an understatement. I was mentioned in her will, I said. I can't imagine why. We never met, and I have no experience whatsoever with historical documents. Why on earth would she single me out? I have no idea, Swantree replied. The bulk of Lady Godalming's extensive collection is being examined and collated by a team of experts. The documents pertaining to you are contained in one large envelope. She snapped open her briefcase, produced the envelope, and laid it next to my plate. It looked ridiculously old. It was secured with a thick smear of crimson wax, impressed with what I assumed was the Godalming family seal. I picked up the parcel and examined it. For some reason, it made me uneasy. What's in here? I asked. All that is for you to discover, Swantree said, and there's one other item. A note from Lady Godalming herself. She removed a slim envelope from her purse. It looked reassuringly contemporary. She wrote this just before her passing, Swantree said as she handed it to me. Now, if you'll pardon my rudeness, I must be on my way. It was a pleasure to finally meet you after all this time, Mr. Kelso. She rose to her feet and offered her hand. When I took it, she smiled. Perhaps we'll meet again, I said, smiling back. Well, perhaps, she said, now that I know where to find you. She departed without another word. I put the letter in my jacket, tucked the larger parcel into my own briefcase, and walked the several blocks back to my office. I fondly remember the glint of the sunlight and the crisp tang of the autumn air because it was the last moment of normalcy I would enjoy for a very long time. Once back at my desk, I closed the door and took out the note from Lady Godalming. Perhaps, I hoped, it would explain the mystery just placed in my hands. But nothing could have been further from the truth. All right, so it's hard for me to process what I'm reading. So you guys, maybe you could summarize it as we're reading it occasionally, and note anything interesting you picked out. But I love the writing; it's very compelling. I mean, the art goes not the art, just the typesetting, the care that's gone into making this whole thing really helps. And I love the writing style. Sam Stahl is doing a nice job of this. It's sounding ominous. All right, so here we go, and look at this. We're going to get a chance to look at the letter from Lady Godalming. Look at this beautiful, what do you call this? Kind of art that's sort of on borders of pages and old manuscripts and stuff. There's probably a term for this. Let's see if it's going to tell us. Do you think it's going to tell us when to do this, or do we just do it in order? Okay, so he sat down to open he took out the note from Lady Godalming. All right, so here's the note from Lady Godalming. Let's take it out and read it. Come on, that's pretty cool. Look at that. It's got her stationery on it. Godalming. Lady Chase Godalming. To the man known as John Kelso. Greetings. Please study the contents of the parcel I have given you. The items may at first seem of no significance, but I assure you that this information pertains to a threat against your life. These documents explain why, if you have the wit to parse their meaning. Time is short. I believe nothing can save you from your fate, but understanding what brought it about may grant you some solace. Regards, Lady Chase Godalming. How'd you like to get a note like that? These are about your imminent death and demise. I don't think you can do anything to stop it, but maybe they'll give you some solace. That's not very pleasant. But a beautiful little note written in her script. Okay, let's put it back. This is the stuff that makes for great TV. 5 minutes to put something in an envelope. All right, let's continue on. I wondered if this might be a joke, but who would do such a thing? No friend of mine would try something so peculiar, and I had no enemies to speak of. At least, I didn't think so. I turned my attention to the other, larger parcel, the one that allegedly held the keys to my doom. I took it up and broke the heavy seal. Another wave of unease swept over me as I pulled away the curiously resistant blood-red wax. I felt as if I was violating a crypt or awakening something long dormant. Perhaps I was. The envelope's contents consisted of some yellowed journal entries, several letters, and assorted odds and ends. Arrayed on my desk, they looked like the pieces of a puzzle. I studied them for hours, gradually piecing together the story they told. It was as familiar as it was unnerving. It all began with a vampire named Dracula. I won't bore you with the details of my subsequent work to authenticate the age and veracity of the documents. Suffice it to say that everything that parcel contained came from the appropriate place and time. Which gives the tale they tell of a series of killings and disappearances between 1905 and 1907 in and around the North Yorkshire town of Whitby a certain disquieting gravitas. But what could it possibly have to do with me? I spent several days considering my next step. I tried to think logically about the matter, and the more I did, the less alarm I felt over the horrors alluded to in the documents. It was inconceivable that they could be true, and even more inconceivable that they could have any bearing on me. Their only value, I decided, was as entertainment, which gave me another idea. Within a week of receiving Lady Godalming's largesse, I worked out a way to profit from it. One of the first people I told of my plan was Lucy Swantree, who phoned me unexpectedly one day. Have you had a chance to examine everything?" she asked. "Of course," I said. "So you had no idea what these—" "Oh, I guess," she says, "so you had no idea what these documents were?" Only Lady Godalming knew. Who's talking here? I can't tell if we're talking. Well, let me enlighten you. They state unequivocally that the events in the novel Dracula are fact, that vampires are real, and that even after Dracula himself was killed by Abraham Van Helsing and his associates, there was another. A second vampire that took more victims right here in England and may still be on the prowl today. Furthermore, the letter from Lady Godalming implies that all this is somehow a threat to me. There was a long silence over the phone. "She believes you're caught up in this?" Swantree said. "You must be terrified." "Hardly," I said. "I think it's ridiculous." Again, another long silence. "I don't quite follow your reasoning," Swantree said. "Well, let me lay it out for you," I replied. "Vampires might frighten me if I were 10 years old, but I'm not. I'm a grown man, and they hold no more terror for me than ogres or trolls." "But the documents," Swantree stammered. I thought you said you verified them." "Well, yes, I said impatiently. "All the tests show that they come from the right era. But that doesn't mean the words written on them are true. I think perhaps that somebody had some fun with the Dracula story, and then stuck the entire works in a drawer where they were found by someone decades later and sold to Lady Godalming. She must have been either extremely naive or extremely senile to fall for such a hoax. The only part of the mystery I can't explain is how she managed to contact me with all this." "She must have had her reasons," Swantree replied tersely. "She went to great lengths to warn you." "Oh, obviously," I said, "yet she didn't see fit to explain exactly what she was warning me about. I think her senility was showing again." Swantree said nothing. In the silence I could sense her building ire. "So what will you do now?" she finally said. "Well, I think I'm going to make some money," I replied. "I believe a lot of people would enjoy reading this piece, whether it's true or not. So I'm going to give them a chance. Lady Godalming's will clearly states that I may use these papers as I see fit, for however long I see fit. So I have seen fit to approach an American firm about publishing them." I see. "What?" Swantree replied. There was a slight tremor in her voice. I didn't share the particulars of my current financial status, my ridiculous mortgage, for example, or the distant threat of college tuition for my 2 young children. I just explained that I had every right to profit from the story. People love horror fiction, Miss Swantree. This could be the publishing event of the year. "I see," she replied. Her uncertainty flamed into anger. Publish then. Publish if you think it will help. I don't imagine it will make any difference. Make any difference to what? I asked, but I got no answer. Lucy Swantree had, with un-British brusqueness, hung up. So now, dear reader, you hold in your hands the final product of this bizarre drama. It tells the dark tale from the dawn of the 20th century, offered in the words of the people who allegedly endured it, primarily from the extensive journals and correspondence of one Dr. John Seward, the longtime administrator of the Whitby Insane Asylum. He and his mentor, Dr. Van Helsing, who is also heard from in these documents, were the chief architects of the destruction of Count Dracula, whom they and their associates pursued from England all the way back to his lair in the Carpathian Mountains and then slew. If only this tale had as simple an ending as the novel. Some of this story's mysteries are so complex that I haven't been able to resolve them, even though I've pored over these pages incessantly. In spite of all my efforts, I still feel I've missed something that's right in front of me. Perhaps some astute reader, maybe you, will succeed where I have failed. To that end, I reproduced in this book every piece I found in the envelope, whether seemingly significant or not. Good luck divining their meaning. Perhaps during your sleuthing, perhaps you might also consider how a century-old murder mystery could possibly pose a threat to my life. I believe intellectually that it is impossible, because, of course, there is no such thing as vampires. Yet, Lady Godalming's note still bothers me. I keep the original with me at all times and reread it regularly. I keep asking myself the same question. If there wasn't some connection, why would she go to the trouble of involving me? Such thoughts prey upon me more and more these days. A few weeks ago, I returned to the United States and now reside in, well, never mind my exact location. No reason to advertise it. I know it sounds paranoid, but sometimes I could swear I hear things outside my window. And when I go out, I feel as though someone or something dogs my steps. But that isn't your problem. Please read these documents and enjoy. I hope you find them interesting, entertaining, and maybe a bit disconcerting. And perhaps, just perhaps, your insights could explain this threat to my life. I can be reached via my publisher. Signed, John Kelso, September 1, 2008. All right, I like the framing of this story. So we've got old manuscripts from 1905 or so, delivered to this lawyer type guy who's in need of money, and delivered with a note that they're related to his demise. He needs the money, so he publishes them this fictional story of a second vampire that escaped. And he published them for the money and for entertainment, but in the back of his mind, he's a little concerned, and he's put out the call. Maybe one of his readers will see the connection and solve parts of this mystery that he doesn't understand, and that's hopefully us. Documents from the private collection of Lady Chase Godalming. Okay, and he framed what this book is. This book is the result of his work publishing those documents. We're reading that the result of that now. All right, this probably, since that's our little introduction, and now here he's going to get into the proper contents, that would be a good place for us to take a little break. It's only been 37 minutes, but I think it's a proper time for us to take a little break. This will be the time for you to tap out if this isn't for you. The rest of you, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Okay, so here we are. This from here on is the book that he's produced from the documents. Documents from the private collection of Lady Chase Godalming. Was Swantree the woman who brought him the stuff originally? Or was it just a friend of his? He's in a financial consulting firm, not a lawyer. He's a financial consulting firm. I'm just trying to remember who brought him this stuff. Approached by the estate. Swantree. Okay, so the person who talked to him on the phone was the person who originally brought him the documents. It's true. I don't have candy. That's the problem. But I did make ice cream last night, so I made my flavors that I'm good at making. Black cherry, coffee, and mint with Oreos. So I will have some ice cream. All right, here we go. Anna has joined us, which is always nice. All right. Letter from Dr. John Seward to Dr. Abraham Van Helsing, 1st October 1907. My dear Dr. Van Helsing, I trust this note finds you fit and enjoying your well-earned retirement. I can only imagine how much the university must miss your knowledge and experience. I confess that I have long entertained the thought of visiting you in person, though my duties here at the asylum keep me very busy. It would be wonderful to sit down with you and talk at leisure. Too bad that fate seems to bring us together only during times of terrible travail. I fear now may be such a time. For years I have dreaded the necessity of writing a letter such as this. Now circumstances leave me no choice. I must once more call upon your unique expertise for help with a certain matter. A matter about which we possess both academic and bitterly personal experience. I refer to the Nosferatu. As you undoubtedly realize, it has been a decade since we joined forces to end his evil reign. After all this time, I still cannot bring myself to speak or write that name lightly. Hard to believe it now falls so often and so blithely from so many other lips. You are aware, of course, of the publication of the novel called Dracula. The author is Bram Stoker, a London-based writer, journalist, and theatrical agent. He can be quite charming, and his powers of persuasion border on the supernatural. How else to explain my decision to allow him to peruse my journal entries and correspondence from those days, or the unfettered access so many others granted to their papers? Thus our ordeal was laid before the world. The one saving grace is that Stoker's publisher, rightly believing that the story would be laughed out of print if presented as fact, chose to cast it as fiction. Thank God for that. If the events set down in those pages were claimed as truth, I have no doubt that I would now be incarcerated at this asylum rather than administrating it. Let the world think it is a fable. You and I know the truth. I read Stoker's work, even though it forced me to relive a time of darkness and grief that I struggled for years to put behind me. There for all to see is the story of how Count Dracula, the undead vampire fiend, journeyed from his crumbling Transylvania castle to this town of Whitby. How he stalked and repeatedly attacked my beloved Lucy, Westenra, slowly draining her lifeblood in spite of our best efforts to thwart him. How he attempted to do the same to Mina Murray after she bravely journeyed to the fiend's homeland to fetch home Jonathan Harker, now her husband, whom Dracula had lured to his castle under false pretenses. And how that intrepid couple, accompanied by you, myself, Lucy's fiancé Arthur Holmwood, and our great American friend Quincy Morris, finally pursued the creature back to his ancestral lair and destroyed him. Only one thing is missing. The book comes to a neat conclusion with all matters settled and all the characters safe. But you and I both know the story didn't end, that it may never end. And now, sadly, I believe I have evidence to that effect. Often we have discussed how Dracula managed to sustain himself during his sojourn in Britain. Of course, he fed on poor Lucy and Mina too, but could that have been enough? All right, and now here's this. I guess when we come across this, we're going to open it even though we're not told about it. What is this? Ooh, I see. An old ancient photograph. Name, Barbara Coopersmith, age 11, assaulted by persons or persons unknown, August 10th, allegedly bitten on the neck. See accompanying photograph. Subject said attacker, before biting her neck, smiled and called her a fit offering. Possible... What does that say? Looks like Wuvatus. What is that word? It's the old cursive. There's Barbara. Looks like she's wearing a little bandage around her neck. Possible what? Possible... Don't know. Lunatic. Possible lunatic, maybe. Although that looks like an E there. I feel like we've got a letter before the U. Possible lunatic, maybe. Okay. Maybe we're going to read about Barbara here. Wait. 15, 16. So did I skip something? I think I skipped something. I think I skipped the thing. I did. I skipped the thing. All right. He fed on Lucy and Mina, but could that have been enough? Okay, so I skipped a little column here. Let's read that. Jonathan Harker, who was held prisoner in the fiend's home, wrote in his journal that the beast seemed to take victims almost every night, and that, we can safely infer, he drained them in one stroke. Given such an unholy appetite, it seems impossible that sporadic attacks on just 2 women could have sustained him. He must have taken others, and if he did, what became of them? Why did they not, as our poor Lucy did briefly, rise from their graves and become Nosferatu? I have come into possession of an old edition of the Whitby Gazette that casts some light on Dracula's activities at the beginning of his English rampage. The brief article contains a young girl who was attacked and bitten by a man who was all dark. She stated to the reporters that she didn't mean that the man had a dark complexion, but that he seemed like a part of the night. That could only be the Count. I was able to obtain a very useful photograph of the victim, which I enclose. Apparently, some progressive member of the local constabulary secured a camera and created the image. Please note the comments typed on the back and the neck bandage. Okay. So we read that first, and then we see the picture. Now, let's remember... I'm trying to remember our dates in case this is relevant. Like, is this Barbara? Do we know Lady Godalming's first name? What's this girl's last name? Barbara Cooper Smith. Okay. All right, so I skipped a column, but we're caught up now. The girl, my research indicates, survived this lone assault and moved with her mother to parts unknown. But might there not have been others? Others who perhaps lost their lives, then returned to Earth as the blood-drinking undead? This notion haunts me. I have kept a careful watch on all the area journals, looking for any suspicious crimes, disappearances, or other incidents that might betray vampiric activity. Finally, over the last 2 years, a pattern seems to have emerged, specifically between 2 seemingly unrelated murders, 3 accidental deaths, and 1 very recent disappearance, all here in the North Yorkshire area. The local authorities suspect no linkage. I, thanks to my unique expertise, see it differently. The 2 murders happened 14 and 12 months ago, respectively. One involved a vagrant, the other a suspected poacher. Both bodies were discovered in the countryside, possibly weeks after the killings. The poacher with his weapon fully loaded at his side. Both were exposed to the elements for so long that no useful evidence could be obtained. But more importantly, from our perspective, each had been torn limb from limb. Police suspected that dogs savaged the bodies post-mortem. I, who well... Oh, I did it again almost. Aren't I going to be careful of that? I, who well remember Dracula's ability to change into both a bat and a wolf, think otherwise. There have also been 3 accidental deaths, taking place 10, 8, and 6 months ago. Please note the 2-month spacing of these incidents. All 3 concerned seemingly innocuous mishaps. The first involved a railroad employee decapitated when he allegedly stumbled onto the tracks in front of an approaching train. The police report stated that there was remarkably little blood at the scene. It was the same with the 2 other deaths. The first was a man making a night delivery of produce who was killed when his horses were spooked and the cart overturned, crushing him. The second was a night watchman at a factory who was mangled by some machinery. In both cases, the lack of blood was remarkable enough to be noted. I have no explanation for the 2-month gaps between these incidents, but I do find them curious. If the deaths are related, then their perpetrator seems to be honing a particular technique. In the first 2 cases, the creature attempted simply to conceal his victims. Failing that, he now seems intent on hiding them in plain sight, maiming them so terribly that small matters such as neck punctures, none of which were reported, and unexplained blood loss might simply be overlooked. Need I point out that all these accidents took place at night? Finally, we have the very recent disappearance of a 14-year-old girl named Gabriella Hartman. Her story sounds chillingly similar to the fate that befell our Lucy. Her parents reported her missing, telling police that after several bouts of sleepwalking and a general physical decline, the girl wandered out of the house late one night and didn't return. Unfortunately, the parents are of a lower social class, so their plight has received little attention from the authorities, who think the girl simply ran away. This is where matters stand. I must confess I am unsure how to proceed. I have over the years done a competent job of watching for signs of a supernatural assault, but now that those signs have manifested themselves, I am somewhat at a loss. I am, after all, only a physician, not a detective. And what could I do if I somehow uncovered the villain? I think that I would have much more to fear from him than vice versa. And police intervention, given the fiend's abilities, would prove pointless. All right, now look, here's a full illustration of the girl that disappeared from her house, sort of sleepwalking. The girl stole out of the house late one night and didn't return. Beautiful pen and ink drawing. Oh, cross-hatching. Look at how they did the sky and stuff. Really nicely done. Okay, police intervention, given the fiend's abilities, would prove pointless. My first instinct is to inform our old allies, Arthur and the Harkers, but I hesitate to involve them. Arthur, of course, is now a lord and tries resolutely to blot any memory of those terrible events from his mind. As for the Harkers, they seem very much the worse for their encounter with the undead. I think they would be of little use in a new struggle. And there is another reason for not informing them, one that I am ashamed even to entertain and will not address here. Perhaps later if circumstances warrant, but not now. I think it's because he suspects them, right? I guess we read that on the back. He suspects maybe the Harkers are the people doing this. At least I am not entirely alone. I can always rely on your good counsel. This letter is already overlong and too full of foreboding thoughts and disturbing information. Since you have suffered to read it, I will ask one more indulgence, that you examine this information and then favor me with your own. Always welcome views. I remain your loyal friend, John. Okay, this is from John Seward to Abraham Van Helsing. All right. Let's see if we're going to get his reply. Yes, we are. So here's Van Helsing replying to John Seward. Letter from Dr. Abraham Van Helsing to Dr. John Seward, 6 October 1907. My dear John, it is good to hear from you even in bad circumstances. I will keep my comments brief for your sake. You have much to consider and no time for long notes. First, I agree with you not to tell the Harkers or Arthur. They need not know, both for the reason you offered and for another set down below. Second, I agree that the murders and disappearances are the work of Nosferatu. Now to unmask him. You said you were ashamed to entertain something about our old friends, the Harkers and Arthur. I think I know what it is. There is some part of you that suspects them. I have had the same thoughts. Jonathan was held prisoner for weeks in Dracula's castle, in the daily presence of the fiend. He says that he was never bitten, and he bears no marks. But what does that prove? When dear Lucy was at the point of death, the terrible punctures in her neck disappeared. And what of Mina? She was bitten several times. I myself believe that the destruction of the Count freed her from his influence, but was it truly so? The only one I don't doubt is Arthur. He was never in close quarters with the fiend except in our company. I have read much lately of blood-borne diseases. I know that some, like malaria, can linger in the body for a lifetime. Sometimes the patient is fine, sometimes he relapses and then is fine again. Could something similar happen with vampirism? Perhaps those bitten, but not utterly drained, may recover and seem well, only to succumb at times to the foulness carried forever inside. I think that is a possibility. It would explain the long span between Dracula's death and the first of the killings. A true, forgive the term, full-blooded vampire, feverishly risen from the grave, would slay regularly until he was finally detected and destroyed. But perhaps a half-breed could live as a normal man, even walk in daylight. Except during those periods every 2 months, perhaps, when the blood spore was in ascendance. Then he would require some portion of the powers of the undead. Great strength, the ability to change form, the ability to control others with his mind, along with their appetites. Please keep me informed of your progress in this urgent business. I will send you more as events warrant. Your humble friend, Van Helsing. Okay, now we're back to the Journal of John Seward. 12 October 1907. Received Dr. Van Helsing's letter today. It offered little comfort. He divined the reason for my uneasiness toward Mina and Jonathan, then reinforced it. And that business about the possibility of half-vampires, it had never occurred to me. I say without hesitation that the thought of facing another such creature with very nearly unmans me. But at least in such a struggle, my adversary would be unable to move in daylight. Now I must entertain the notion of battling a creature without this weakness, and with some or all of the powers of the undead besides. How on earth, if such a beast exists, could I ever hope to detect and defeat him? I raised this question with my assistant, Dr. Dolores Morrigan. This month marks her first year under my tutelage. Dr. Morrigan has done a remarkable job overseeing the female patients' ward. Her skills are quite impressive for someone so young and inexperienced, and a woman no less. Her graduation at the top of her class even won her a mention in the London press. Okay. Oh, I see. We've got a big newspaper now where we're going to read about her. All right, well, we got a big newspaper. Look at how generous this book is. A full spread. And then it even gets glued to the back. Does it even continue where you can't read it? I'm just curious. All right, let's read this newspaper. The London Clarion from May 21st, 1905. The sun never sets on the British Empire. Admiralty plans new super battleship. Public hails contribution to world peace and order. The Admiralty has announced plans for the construction of a revolutionary all-big-gun battleship to be named the HMS Dreadnought. The ship will displace more than 18,000 tons and carry what its designers call a revolutionary array of 12-inch guns that easily outclass any other warship afloat. In addition, the ship will be powered by steam turbines, giving it a top speed far in excess of any current ship of any kind. Authorities feel that the addition of this powerful new vessel to the Royal Navy will go a great distance toward maintaining a genuine and long-lasting European peace during the 20th century. Germany's Imperial Navy is also planning a similar class of vessels, as are the natives of the United States, Japan, Italy, and France. Here's an ad. Seeking a home in the London area? For the ultimate in efficiency and discretion, please consider the services of Mitchell, Sons & Candy. Trust that our house agents will not rest peacefully until they have located the proper residence for you. Here's an article. 60 lost in underground horror. Bloody affair at Crouch End, many unspeakable terrible scenes. Residents of the city's Crouch End neighborhood are still recovering from the shocking events of 2 days ago when a work team digging a new tube connection through this normally quiet municipality encountered what police believe to have been an underground pocket of natural gas. The crew blundered into the miasma at precisely 2:15 p.m., their helmet lights and lanterns no doubt immediately igniting the highly combustible fumes. The time of the resulting detonation can be precisely placed because the explosion cut electrical service to the area, freezing several clocks at the moment of the conflagration. Police Constable Theodore Vetter stated that only 2 men from the crew survived the blast, and neither was presently in any continues on page 2, but doesn't look... Oh, here it is. In any condition to assist in inquiries. 1, a general laborer named Stephen Vaughn was hospitalized with what doctors called acute burns of a most peculiar nature over most of his body. Is this is a vampire who's got burned from the light? And a vampire did all this? Do we know the dates? We're told every 2 months, and we know what this is, May 21st. Were we told the dates of our 2 attacks when he's describing, when he's writing? Let's see. What does he say about every 2 months? There have been accidental deaths taking place 10, 8, and 6 months ago. Okay, 10, 8, and 6 months ago. And this letter is written on 1 October. But 1 October 1907. Okay. And this is May 1905. May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Okay, it doesn't seem like it's meeting this 2-month pattern. But this does sound like a vampire is doing this with these weird burns. Okay, active burns of a most peculiar nature over most of his body, accompanied by a mental collapse of a surprisingly strange and very profound sort. The other survivor, a laborer named Peter Jones. So we have got Stephen Vaughn and Peter Jones. Do we need to write those down? Another laborer named Peter James managed to avoid any physical injury and was released from the hospital. He has, however, fallen into the same sort of stupor suffered by his fellow survivor. He insists that the explosion was caused not by a gas deposit, but by a slithering horror from the howling wastes between the stars. Whoa. Friends remark constantly on James's sudden transformation from a stolid, unimaginative, monosyllabic man of action into a brooding introvert driven into paroxysms of florid verbosity at the mere mention of the Crouch End affair. This reporter was present when Mr. James referred to the eldritch horror of those sad events. Oh, I see. It's a tie into Cthulhu eldritch horror stuff. And how they opened up a brief, horrific glimpse of the endless vistas of cyclopean terror arrayed just beyond the limits of our poor senses. Okay, so this isn't vampire stuff. This is H.P. Lovecraft stuff going on. James's sudden ability to turn such phrases is even more peculiar when one considers that he received only 2 years of formal schooling before being sent to work in the coal pits. Equally puzzling is his relentless assertion that the scene he witnessed was positively Lovecraftian. When pressed, he cannot or will not explain exactly what a Lovecraft might be. Okay. What else have we got? Suffragettes spread anarchy and discord. Radical women threaten law and order. Police and civil authorities expressed concern and consternation over violent anti-government acts committed by radical members of the Women's Social and Political Union, a splinter faction of the National Union of Women's Suffragette Societies. The new organization, led by well-known political agitator Emmeline Prankhurst, has turned to violent tactics to advance their radical scheme to obtain voting rights for the fairer sex. Longtime readers are no doubt familiar with the recent incident in which Sir Edward Grey, a member of the new Liberal government, was assailed while speaking at a public gathering by suffragettes suffragists shouting, "When will the Liberal government give votes to women?" The instigators, who were promptly arrested and charged with assault, have refused to pay their fine and will instead be sent to prison. City officials predict no end to the violence and provocations given the fact that publicity surrounding the antics of Prankhurst and her associates has actually served to swell the ranks of the Women's Social and Political Union. Have you tried Teabag? This is Lipton's. Dispense entirely with the mess and bother of brewing a pot using loose leaves. A wonderful new American invention from Thomas Sullivan of New York offers the finest tea portioned into sanitary paper containers that are dropped directly into a cup of hot water. Perfection in every cup. Available at better shops everywhere. Okay, and here's what this is the reason he saved this newspaper, because of this article. Lady doctors receive diplomas. And there's Dolores Morrigan. Take a closer look at Dolores. Okay. Got a collar on, I noticed that. Members of the fairer sex make right fair physicians. 3 young ladies were yesterday awarded medical degrees from University College, making them among the first members of the fairer sex to be so honored by the august institution of higher learning. The 3 are named Roberta Ellsworth, Junco, Elizabeth Fairfishing, and Dolores Morrigan. All are in their early 20s and unmarried. The women were presented with their degrees at a ceremony separate from that of their male colleagues, approximately 120 of whom were likewise recognized for their achievements. In spite of the rigors of the coursework, all 3 managed to place in the top 5% of their class, with Miss Morrigan excelling above all others in academic performance. She plans to work in the field of mental health and is particularly interested in the causes and possible cures for hysteria and other conditions commonly associated with women. Okay. What else do we have here? All right, some more articles, just to give us a little bit of flavor. Gigantic diamond unearthed. Officials at the Premier Mine in South Africa claim to have discovered the largest diamond in recorded history. The huge jewel was spotted by Mr. Frederick Wells, mine superintendent. During the routine inspection trip, he spied a faint glimmer several feet above his head in a section of the shaft's vertical wall. Mr. Well quickly extracted the curiosity, which upon examination proved to be a diamond of both exceptional quality and unprecedented size. 3,000 carats, or approximately 1.5 pounds. The enormous stone has been named the Cullinan diamond in honor of Sir Thomas Cullinan, who opened the Premier Mine. The diamond is under heavy guard, pending a decision on its ultimate disposition. Interesting astronomical phenomena reported from Ottershaw. Unprecedented activity on heavenly body. Astronomer Herbert Ogilvy at the Ottershaw Observatory announced yesterday that the facility's powerful telescope recently detected brilliant flashes of light on the surface of Mars. Ogilvy, a noted authority on that distant planet, attributes the disturbance to what does it say? It's just whited out. To some sort of natural activity such as volcanism. However, he does not rule out the possibility that the flashes could be the work of intelligent life. Since we have no way to go there and investigate firsthand, how are we to tell? I suppose there's a chance that they might visit us, but I'm afraid that's pure scientific fiction. We have an ad for the finest tobacco in cut plug tobacco. Honorado brand, aromatic and rich, grown and harvested in England. Okay, then we have an underwater tunnel that collapsed. Underwater tunnel plan collapses. Latest scheme to link France to England scuttled. Trains today, invasion force tomorrow. After months of high-level negotiations, the governments of France and England ended the most recent attempt to begin planning for an undersea rail tunnel linking the two nations at Dover and Calais. Though the economic benefits of such an arrangement are not in dispute, the military danger of such a conduit into the heart of Great Britain is the chief concern. Indeed, it was the fear of a European power using it as an invasion route that scuttled similar tunnel schemes in 1802, 1857, 1865, 1868, 1875, 1876, 1880, 1881, and 1882. Though the project is once again dead for the foreseeable future, it was agreed to revisit the issue sometime in the 1914 to 1920 timeframe when perhaps the international situation would be more amenable. Okay, new rules to soften life in workhouses. Poor to enjoy unprecedented freedoms within strict limits. New, more lenient rules are intended to ease the lives of the elderly, infirm, mentally deficient, and disease-ridden denizens of London's numerous workhouses for the poor. Leading the way is the Lambeth Workhouse in Surrey, where new, more humane, and socially progressive regulations have been formulated for the facility's 349 inmates, including 24 mental defectives, 13 known sexual deviants, and 4 former pickpockets. Specifically, the residents will be provided with silverware with which to eat their meals, and they will no longer be ordered to dine in. Continued on some other page that I guess we don't have. All right. This is a lot of work went into this. This is some of the best work we've seen put into a newspaper in even the Sherlock Holmes cases. It's pretty impressive. Scientists to address problem of unhealthful London air. Coins new term for city's acrid fumes. Dr. Henry Antoine Devue, who plans to address the Public Health Congress later this summer, offered this reporter a preview of his groundbreaking research paper entitled Fog and Smoke. He will offer his observations concerning the terrible miasma which on still days envelops London, a combination of fog and smoke issuing from the city's numberless manufacturing concerns. This cloying mess, Dr. Devoy states, Devoku, I guess we should say, is that an E or a C? Can't tell, is a brand new and very unwelcome development of modern industrial society. He predicts that the problem, which he believes responsible for numerous respiratory difficulties among the population, will only get worse. Dr. Devue also rejects any supposition that it might be a natural phenomenon. He said it required no science to see that there was something produced in great cities which was not found in the country, and that this was smoky fog, or what is known as smog. Dr. Devue has done a public service in coining a new word for the London fog. Hey, we make errors. So does everyone. Alert our editors of any errors you find in the paper. Okay, here's an ad from the London Corset Company. 28 New Bond Street. Every corset made in Paris. The London Corset Company's famous Guinea corset. Beautiful in shape, material, and finish in a dozen varieties of fanciful fabrics, becoming alike to the stout and slim. Here's an ad for Ashburn Carpets. The new Bigelow Ashburns are veritable things of beauty. The design is chaste and effective, and the coloring is perfect. The price is very little for such goods, £1 per yard. Maguire and Maguire. Okay, here's an ad. Reserve your copy of the London Clarion's special Battle of Trafalgar 100th Anniversary Edition. On the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the historic Battle of Trafalgar this October 21st, your London Clarion offers, via advance order, a special fully illustrated collector's edition featuring full coverage of all the festivities associated with this deeply significant event. And as a special incentive To our most loyal customers, the first 100 to take advantage of this offer will receive, along with their special edition, a color lithograph of Admiral Lord Nelson standing on the bridge of his flagship HMS Victory. This lithograph is of the highest quality and eminently suitable for framing. Okay. We have an ad here. Enjoy the international moving picture sensation. Cecil Hepworth's marvelous film, Rescued by Rover, is now playing at the Diorama in Regent's Park. Come see the worldwide sensation that has thrilled in every corner of the empire and beyond. And this Friday, please attend for a special live presentation of the star of the film, the collie dog Rover. He will be introduced following a special showing of the 6-minute photo play. We've got a bunch of wanted ads. Let's see what we've got here. Is there a better way to look at this together? Situations wanted. Females wanted by a superior nurse and seamstress. Excellent city reference. A situation in the city or country. Does up baby linen well. Cuts and fits ladies something. Children's plain clothing neatly. Will go in country. Call at number 44 South Burberry. Wanted by a respectable widow, a situation as stewardess on any of the ocean steamers. European preferred, highly respectable references. Call or address Miss Jones. Wanted a situation by a cook who thoroughly understands cooking in all its branches, boning, larding, etc., and no objection to the country, and exceptional references. Apply at Bettles. Wanted a situation by a respectable girl. So these are workers wanting situations, wanting to start work for someone. So here's a situation by a respectable girl as chambermaid and waitress and assistant with washing and ironing. No objection to the country. All of these are saying no objection to the country. I guess they're saying, I'll go work at your country house. Wanted a situation by a young Protestant wet nurse. No objection to go in the country. Apply for 2 days at Miss Smith's. Good city reference. Wanted by a thorough chambermaid and fine washer. A girl of tidy habits. A situation in city or country. Does up finery and style or as a housemaid. Wanted a situation by a Scotch girl to go to the country as a first-class waitress or chambermaid. Has good reference. Can be seen at 14 Washington Street in the store, saying, come find me at my job, my current job. Wanted a situation by a young woman as a nurse, also is competent to take care of an infant. Best of references given. Wanted a situation at first-class waitress and chambermaid or would do the fine washing. Call for 2 days. Wanted an operator wishes a situation to sew by the week or month. Understands all kinds of family sewing by hand or machine. Address seamstress number 83. So the sort of situations that females wanted, and here are males. Wanted something to do by a young active man recently in the United States service. Good writer, quick and corrected figures. Has some knowledge of cloth business. Occupation more the object than salary. All right, he cares more about the nature of the work than the money it pays. Wanted employment by a young man, a Scotch Protestant, as a coachman. Perfectly understands the care and management of horses, driving, keeping carriages and harnesses in first-rate condition. Testimonials most satisfactory from last employer. Apply for 2 days at Jackson's office. What does that mean, apply for 2 days? We've seen that twice now, a couple times. Apply for 2 days at Jackson's office. Not sure what that means. Apply for 2 days. Wanted a situation by a young single man as a coachman and gardener in a private family, willing to go to any part of the country. Can procure good reference from the country or city. Apply at number 4 Henry Avenue for 2 or 3 days. Are these people just wanting to work for 2 or 3 days? That doesn't make sense. Wanted, a situation by a respectable young man, 23 years of age, as a coachman in a private family, country preferred, or willing to make himself useful. Maybe they're saying like 2 days per week. Wanted, a situation by a respectable young man and woman, as coachman and gardener, can milk, the wife as cook, washer, and ironer, have the best references. Wanted, a situation by a respectable young man as a coachman, thoroughly understands his business, has no objection to the country, best of reference from last employer. Wanted, a situation as a clerk in a hardware store by a young man who has some experience in the business. Wanted, a situation as a coachman or gardener, or to take care of a place in the country, can furnish first-rate reference. Wanted, a situation by a young man as a clerk in an office or sales room in a wholesale or retail store, good reference. Wanted, a situation by a single young man as groom, porter, or waiter, is willing to make himself generally useful. Wanted, a situation in the country as gardener, coachman, or cart driver, can make himself generally useful, can do any work on a farm if required. Wanted, a situation by a gardener, as gardener by a man who thoroughly understands his business, can take care of horses and drive if required, best references given. Wanted, by German Protestant, a situation as coachman and gardener, understands the care of horses, greenhouses, etc. Wanted, a situation by an experienced coachman with long city reference, is a Protestant. Wanted, a situation by a young man as a porter or a groom, willing to make himself generally useful with a gendarme in the country, is not afraid of work. Wanted, a situation as a coachman by a single man, no objection to the country. I love how they're all saying they're willing to leave town and work in the country. Wanted, a situation as a coachman by a respectable Protestant young man. Okay, and then here's situations that want people. Help wanted. Wanted, a man, active young man in an office, one about 18 years of age, must be quick and correct at figures, as well as a good penman. One, ready and willing to do all that may be asked of him, such as general office duties, may find a good permanent position by addressing in his own handwriting, enclosing copies of testimonials at the first bank. Wanted, to go a short distance in the country, a Scotch Protestant woman, to cook, wash, and iron in a gentleman's family. Apply this day between 10 and 12 at Henderson's office. Wanted, a boy, one about 14 years old, inquiry at number 38 Cedar Street, second floor. That's a little scary. He just wants a boy of 14 years old, doesn't say what for. Wanted, to cook, wash, and iron in a family of 4. A respectable Protestant woman, she must be willing to clean up first story. Wanted, a waiter who can come well recommended as sober, honest, and industrious, may find a situation by calling at 21 Washington. Wanted, a waiter, one fully qualified with satisfactory recommendations, may hear of a place at number 61 Pine Street. Wanted, a coachman, one who understands his business. Wanted, a wholesale hardware store, in a wholesale hardware store, a boy about 15 years of age who resides with his parents. Wanted, a boy in the merchant's office, apply between 11 and 12 o'clock. Wanted, a good milliner, a good hand will get a steady place and good wages. Do we remember what a milliner is? Is that a hat maker? Is that what we remember milliner was? Bookkeeper, wanted in a paper warehouse, would prefer one acquainted with the business, address with references, age and salary required. Proofreader, wanted, an experienced reader at number 20 North William Street, none but a practical printer need apply. All right, that was a lot of newspaper reading. Logan says, yes, 2 days per week. So when it says, when they are all writing, apply for 2 days, whatever, they're saying 2 days per week. Outside of the boy, do any of these feel like they could be wanted by a vampire? Yeah, nothing really jumped out at me. I mean, all of these places have addresses. So if we got an address somewhere, we could go look for that address. But nothing else jumped out at me. Getting little pieces of this book on me, like flaking off. There's a glossy covering that's coming up. And nothing really jumped out. That's just a lot of newspaper reading out loud for little value, it seems. Okay, but remember, the only thing that there was a little nice Cthulhu Lovecraft stuff, but the only thing that was actually relevant to us was this, Dolores Morrigan, photo of her, and as a woman doctor. All right, so now he's continuing. I feel like I need a little break after that when it's not time. Okay, here he is continuing the story. Well, let's just catch up here on the chat a bit while I have some coffee. The newspaper always grinds things to a halt, but you know, that's how we do it here. We read it all. Okay. So he's talking about the woman doctor who works with him in the asylum. He says, in retrospect, I find it remarkable that I took Dr. Morrigan into my confidence concerning my fears about vampires, a subject that, to most of the world, is as much a fantasy as fairies or goblins. Even more remarkable is the fact that she, as a woman of science, could bring herself to accept it. Happenstance and a moment of personal weakness combined to bring about my confession. It occurred a few weeks after Dr. Morrigan's arrival at the asylum, very near the 2-year anniversary of the death of my dear wife. I made an unannounced visit to her office to discuss some trivial matter when I was startled to see a half-hidden copy of Dracula on her desk. When I called her attention to it, her face turned the most violent shade of red. It's all right, I said. I believe this book has been examined by every member of my staff who can read. I suppose I would expect no less of you. And then, for some reason, I asked for her opinion of it. Well, the author has a great imagination, but no sense of propriety, she said tentatively. Then she added more, a veritable avalanche of excited words. Whatever possessed him to use the names of real people in a work of fiction? Did he ask you? Has this caused you much professional or personal grief? Will you sue for libel? I couldn't help smiling at the flurry of questions. Obviously, she had thought about this matter for quite a while and relished the chance to discuss it. I'm not sure why, but I decided to tell her the truth. The story the book tells has indeed caused me great professional and personal grief, I said, but among the many wounds I've suffered, libel isn't one of them. It took perhaps half an hour to tell her everything, including my fears that there might be other undetected night creatures afoot. The revelations left her speechless, the first and only time I've seen her in such a state. But she recovered quickly and offered her help. I accepted, and have of course found it invaluable. Over the last year, Dr. Morrigan has become something of an expert on the Nosferatu. I have allowed her access to my papers and to those that I possess of Dr. Van Helsing's. She has made several unescorted daylight trips to nearby Carfax Abbey, the derelict edifice within sight of the asylum that was briefly Dracula's home. I am, of course, against such things, because that crumbling structure is no place for an unescorted woman, even without its terrible associations. Yet she insists, and I find I cannot deny her. Indeed, it seems that her personal investigations have taken on a scope and depth of which I had no idea. I learned just how far they had proceeded this morning when I went to her office to discuss several matters. First, I acquainted her with the contents of the latest Van Helsing note and voiced my fears about his theoretical half-breed. Dr. Morgan read the letter with furrowed brow, asked to make a copy of it for her files, then allowed that she too had entertained exactly the same thoughts. She also stated that for an equally long time, her suspicions had fallen very heavily on Jonathan Harker. I kept it to myself because I didn't want to upset you, she said, but the evidence, in my opinion, is overwhelming. Evidence? I said. I was not aware that there was the least shred of evidence. Dr. Morgan's face pinked slightly. What have you done? I asked. She opened a desk drawer and pulled out a typewritten manuscript. I obtained this after much correspondence from Archibald Constable and Company, she said as she handed the considerable stack of pages to me. Do you recognize the name? Of course, I said. They are the publishers of Dracula. Exactly. Several months ago, on what I suppose one would call a hunch, I contacted them in an effort to obtain the manuscript copy of the book. I wanted to see if the original text included anything that was excised from the final published work. I admit the chance of finding some insight in the margins sounded far-fetched, but it seemed worth the time. And now that I possess the original, I believe I was correct. I flipped through the stack of pages. Toward the very front, I found a section that Dr. Morgan had clipped together. It seemed to be an entire chapter, a chapter I had never seen. A glance at a note on the first page, obviously written by an editor, explained why. Fascinated, I sat down in the chair opposite Dr. Morgan's desk and read the entire piece then and there. The revelations were devastating. But before we turn to read that, what's this? On the opposite page, another beautiful drawing. She has even made several unescorted daylight trips to Carfax Abbey. So here's our Dr. Morgan making her trips to the Abbey. She looks a bit like that girl from the other drawing who disappeared and was never seen again. Remember her? All right, so he sat down to read the piece at the front of the document. So she requested the original draft of Dracula. Somehow they sent it to her, and look what we've got. Dum dum dum. Dracula by Bram Stoker. Okay, let's see what we got here. Dracula by Bram Stoker, 1897. Source insists this chapter be removed in total for reasons of privacy, says the editor. In totem, for reasons of privacy. All right, so we will be reading this entire first chapter of Dracula. And presumably this is the real first chapter that was removed from the real book? We don't know. We don't know, but I think so. I think that's how I read it. Like, this is a made-up first chapter, or is this the real first chapter from the real Dracula? The first line is, when we started for our drive, the sun was shining brightly on Munich, and the air was full of the joyousness of early summer. So I really wonder if this is the real first chapter of real Dracula, or if this is something... And is this... Logan says, beautiful reproduction of the cover. Was this the real what the real cover of Dracula looked like? This book is hard to tell for those kinds of things. But it's time for us to take another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. We're reading Dracula's Heir by Sam Stahl. We're on actually page 26, and this is probably the last big item to read, I think. We're reading the lost first chapter in Bram Stoker's Dracula, which was found by our lady Dr. Morrigan. I asked in the channel what everyone's favorite candy bar is. Jonathan Warner says Payday. Payday is sort of like a fudge nougat with peanuts. Paydays are pretty good. No chocolate in it though. Logan says Score, Kit Kat, or Violet Crumble. Okay, well, Violet Crumble is outside of US type thing. I think I have had it. And Score is a sort of toffee, chocolate covered toffee. I do not like the hard toffee things. But Kit Kat, of course, is one of the best candy bars ever made. All right. Let us read this lost chapter of Dracula. This is going to take us a while to go through. Source insists this chapter be removed in total for reasons of privacy, says the editor. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 1st of May. When we started out for our drive, the sun was shining brightly on Munich, and the air was full of the joyousness of early summer. Just as we were about to depart, Herr Delbruck, the maitre d' hotel of the Court Saisons, where I was staying, came down bareheaded to the carriage, and after wishing me a pleasant drive, said to the coachman, still holding his hand on the handle of the carriage door, "Remember, you are back by nightfall. The sky looks bright, but there is a shiver in the north wind that says there may be a sudden storm. But I am sure you will not be late." Here he smiled and added, "For you know what night it is." Johann answered with an emphatic "Ja, mein Herr," and touching his hat drove off quickly. When we had cleared the town, I said, after signaling to him to stop, "Tell me, Johann, what is tonight?" He crossed himself and answered laconically, "Walpurgisnacht." Then he took out his watch, a great old-fashioned German silver thing as big as a turnip, and looked at it. With his eyebrows gathered together and a little impatient shrug of his shoulders, I realized this was his way of respectfully protesting against the unnecessary delay, and sank back in the carriage, merely motioning to him to proceed. He started off rapidly as if to make up for lost time. Every now and then the horses seemed to throw up their heads and sniffed at the air suspiciously. On such occasions I often looked round in alarm. The road was pretty bleak. I need my thing here. Okay. The road was pretty bleak, for we were traversing a sort of high, wind-swept plateau. As we drove, I saw a road that looked but little used, and which seemed to dip through a little winding valley. It looked so inviting that, even at the risk of offending him, I called Johann to stop, and when he had pulled up, I told him I would like to drive down that road. He made all sorts of excuses, so I asked him various questions. He answered fencingly, and repeatedly looked at his watch in protest. Finally I said, "Well, Johann, I want to go down this road. I shall not ask you to come unless you like, but tell me why you do not like to go. That is all I ask." For answer, he seemed to throw himself off the box. So quickly did he reach the ground. Then he stretched out his hand, apparently appealingly to me, and implored me not to go. There was just enough of English mixed with the German for me to understand the drift of his talk. He seemed always just about to tell me something, the very idea of which evidently frightened him, but each time he pulled himself up, saying as he crossed himself, Walpus Nacht, Walpurgis Nacht, Walpurgis Nacht. I tried to argue with him, but it was difficult to argue with a man when I did not know his language. The advantage certainly rested with him, for although he began to speak in English, of a very crude and broken kind, he always got excited and broke into his native tongue, and every time he did so, he looked at his watch. Then the horses became restless and sniffed the air. At this time he grew very pale, and looking around in a frightened way, he suddenly jumped forward, took them by the bridles, and led them on some 20 feet. I followed and asked why he had done this. For answer, he crossed himself and pointed to the spot we had left and drew his carriage in the direction of the other road, indicating a cross, and said, first in German, then in English, "Buried him that killed themselves." I remembered the old custom of burying suicides at crossroads. Ah, I see, a suicide, how interesting. But for the life of me, I could not make out why the horses were frightened. Whilst we were talking, we heard a sort of sound between a yelp and a bark. It was far away, but the horses got very restless, and it took Johann all his time to quiet them. He was pale and said, "It sounds like a wolf, but yet there are no wolves here now." "No?" I said, questioning him. "Isn't it long since the wolves were so near the city?" "Long, long," he answered. "In the spring and summer," I went into French, "what with the snow and the wolves there have been here not so long." Whilst he was petting the horses and trying to quiet them, dark clouds drifted rapidly across the sky. The sunshine passed away, and a breath of cold wind seemed to drift past us. It was only a breath, however, and more in the nature of a warning than a fact, for the sun came out brightly again. Johann looked under his lifted hand at the horizon and said, "The storm of snow, it comes before long." Then he looked at his watch again, and straightway, holding his reins firmly, for the horses were still pawing the ground restlessly and shaking their heads, he climbed to his box as though the time had come for proceeding on our journey. I felt a little obstinate and did not at once get into the carriage. "Tell me," I said, "about this place where the road leads," and I pointed down. Again he crossed himself and mumbled a prayer before he answered, "It is unholy." "What's unholy?" I inquired. "The village." "Then there's a village?" No, no one lives there hundreds of years." My curiosity was piqued. "But you said there was a village." "There was." "And where is it now?" Whereupon he burst out into a long story in German and English, so mixed up that I could not quite understand exactly what he said. But roughly I gathered that long ago, hundreds of years, men had died there and been buried in their graves, and sounds were heard under the clay, and when the graves were opened, men and women were found rosy with life, and their mouths red with blood, and so in haste to save their lives, aye, and their souls, and here he crossed himself, those who were left fled away to other places where the living lived, and the dead were dead and not something. He was evidently afraid to speak the last words. As he proceeded with his narration, he grew more and more excited. It seemed as if his imagination had got hold of him, and he ended in a perfect paroxysm of fear, white-faced, perspiring, trembling, and looking around him, as if expecting that some dreadful presence would manifest itself there in the bright sunshine on the open plain. Finally, in an agony of desperation, he cried, "Verbis Nacht," and pointed to the carriage for me to get in. All my English blood rose at this, and standing back, I said, "You are afraid, Johann. You are afraid. Go home. I shall return alone. The walk will do me good." The carriage door was open. I took from the seat my oak walking stick, which I always carry in my holiday excursions, and closed the door, pointing back to Munich, and said, "Go home, Johann. Wolfes Nacht doesn't concern Englishmen." The horses were now more restive than ever, and Johann was trying to hold them in while excitedly imploring me not to do anything so foolish. I pitied the poor fellow. He was deeply in earnest, but all the same I could not help laughing. His English was quite gone now. In his anxiety, he had forgotten that his only means of making me understand was to talk my language, so he jabbered away in his native German. Began to be a little tedious. After giving the direction home, I turned to go down the crossroad into the valley. With a despairing gesture, Johann turned his horses toward Munich. I leaned on my stick and looked after him. He went slowly along the road for a while, then there came over the crest of the hill a man tall and thin. I could see so much in the distance. When he drew near the horses, they began to jump and kick about, then to scream with terror. Johann could not hold them in. They bolted down the road, running away madly. I watched them out of sight, then looked for the stranger, but I found that he too was gone. With a light heart, I turned down the side road through the deepening valley in which Johann had objected. There was not the slightest reason that I could see for his objection, and I dare say I tramped for a couple hours without thinking of time or distance, and certainly without seeing a person or a house. So far as the place was concerned, it was desolation itself. But I did not notice this particularly till, on turning a bend in the road, I came upon a scattered fringe of wood. Then I recognized that I had been impressed unconsciously by the desolation of the region through which I had passed. I sat down to rest myself and began to look around. It struck me that it was considerably colder than it had been at the commencement of my walk. A sort of sighing sound seemed to be all around me, with, now and then, high overhead, a sort of muffled roar. Looking upwards, I noticed that great thick clouds were drifting rapidly across the sky from north to south at a great height. There were signs of coming storm in some lofty stratum of the air. I was a little chilly, and thinking that it was the sitting still after the exercise of walking, I resumed my journey. The ground I passed over was now much more picturesque. There were no striking objects that the eye might single out, but in all there was a charm of beauty. I took little heed of time, and it was only when the deepening twilight forced itself upon me that I began to think of how I should find my way home. The brightness of the day had gone. The air was cold, and the drifting clouds high overhead was more marked. They were accompanied by a sort of far-away rushing sound, through which seemed to come at intervals that mysterious cry which the driver had said came from a wolf. For a while I hesitated. I had said I would see the deserted village, so on I went, and presently came on a wide stretch of open country, shut in by hills all around. Their sides were covered with trees which spread down to the plain, dotting in clumps the gentle slopes and hollows which showed here and there. I followed with my eye the winding of the road, and saw that it curved down to one of the densest of these clumps, and was lost behind it. As I looked, there came a cold shiver in the air, and the snow began to fall. I thought of the miles and miles of bleak country I had passed, and then hurried on to seek shelter of the wood in front. Darker and darker grew the sky, and faster and heavier fell the snow, till the earth before and around me was a glistening white carpet, the further edge of which was lost in misty vagueness. The road was here but crude, and when on the level its boundaries were not so marked as when it passed through the cuttings, and in a little while I found that I must have strayed from it, for I missed underfoot the hard surface, and my feet sank deeper in the grass and moss. Then the wind grew stronger and blew with ever-increasing force, till I was fain to run before it. The air became icy cold, and in spite of my exercise, I began to suffer. The snow was now falling so thickly and whirling around me in such rapid eddies that I could hardly keep my eyes open. Every now and then the heavens were torn asunder by vivid lightning, and in the flashes I could see ahead of me was a great mass of trees, chiefly yew and cypress, all heavily coated with snow. I was soon amongst the shelter of the trees, and there, in comparative silence, I could hear the rush of wind high overhead. Presently the blackness of the storm had become merged in the darkness of the night. By and by the storm seemed to be passing away. Now it only came in fierce puffs or blasts. At such moments the weird sound of the wolf appeared to be echoed by many similar sounds around me. And it says, Walpurgis Nacht is Night of the Witches. And she says, by the way, this is a story from Bram Stoker, Dracula's Guest. Really was the first chapter of the novel, but was deleted prior to publication, yes. Okay, so he's in the shelter, and it's sounding pretty scary, and night has come. Now and again, through the black mass of drifting cloud came a straggling ray of moonlight, which lit up the expanse and showed me that I was at the edge of a dense mass of cypress and yew trees. As the snow had ceased to fall, I walked out from the shelter and began to investigate more closely. It appeared to me that amongst so many old foundations as I had passed, there might be still standing a house in which, though in ruins, I could find some sort of shelter for a while. As I skirted the edge of the copse, I found that a low wall encircled it, and following this, I presently came upon an opening. Here the cypresses formed an alley leading up to a square mass of some kind of building. Just as I caught sight of this, however, the drifting clouds obscured the moon, and I passed up the path in darkness. The wind must have grown colder, for I felt myself shiver as I walked. But there was hope of shelter, and I groped my way blindly on. I stopped, for there was a sudden stillness. The storm had passed, and perhaps in sympathy with nature's silence, my heart seemed to cease to beat. But this was only momentarily, for suddenly the moonlight broke through the clouds, showing me that I was in a graveyard, and that the square object before me was a great massive tomb of marble, as white as the snow that lay on and all around it. With the moonlight there came a fierce sigh of the storm, which appeared to resume its course with a long, low howl, as of many dogs or wolves. I was awed and shocked, and felt the cold perceptibly grow upon me until it seemed to grip me by the heart. Then, while the flood of moonlight still fell on the marble tomb, the storm gave further evidence of renewing, as though it was returning on its track. Impelled by some sort of fascination, I approached the sepulchre to see the tomb, to see what it was, and why such a thing stood alone in such a place. I walked around it and read over the Doric door in German. Countess Dolingen of Graz in Styria sought and fought death, 1801. On the top of the tomb, seemingly driven through the solid marble, for the structure was composed of a few vast blocks of stones, was a great iron spike or stake. On going to the back, I saw, graven in great Russian letters, "The dead travel fast." There was something so weird and uncanny about the whole thing that it gave me a turn and made me feel quite faint. I began to wish, for the first time, that I had taken Johann's advice. Here a thought struck me, which came under almost mysterious circumstances and with a terrible shock. This was Walpurgis night. Walpurgis night, when, according to the belief of millions of people, the devil was abroad, when the graves were opened and the dead came forth and walked, when all evil things of the earth and air and water held revel. This very place the driver had specially shunned. There was the depopulated village of centuries ago. This was the depopulated village of centuries ago. This was where the suicide lay, and this was the place where I was alone, unmanned, shivering with cold in a shroud of snow, with a wild storm gathering again upon me. It took all my philosophy, all the religion I had been taught, all my courage not to collapse in a paroxysm of fright. And now a perfect tornado burst upon me. The ground shook as though thousands of horses thundered across it. And this time the storm bore on its icy wings not snow but great hailstones, which drove with such violence that they might have come from the thongs of Balearic slingers, hailstones that beat down leaf and branch and made the shelter of the cypress of no more avail than though their stems were standing corn. At the first I had rushed to the nearest tree, but I was soon fain to leave it and seek the only spot that seemed to afford refuge, the deep Doric doorway of the marble tomb. There, crouching against the massive bronze door, I gained a certain amount of protection from the beating of the hailstones, for now they only drove against me as they ricocheted from the ground and the side of the marble. As I leaned against the door, it moved slightly and opened inwards. The shelter of even a tomb was welcome in that pitiless tempest, and I was about to enter it when there came a flash of forked lightning that lit up the whole expanse of the heavens. In the instant, as I am a living man, I saw, as my eyes were turned into the darkness of the tomb, a beautiful woman, with rounded cheeks and red lips, seemingly sleeping on a bear. As the thunder broke overhead, I was grasped as by the hand of a giant and hurled out into the storm. The whole thing was so sudden that before I could realize the shock, moral as well as physical, I found the hailstones beating me down. At the same time, I had a strange, dominating feeling that I was not alone. I looked towards the tomb. Just then there came another blinding flash which seemed to strike the iron stake that surmounted the tomb and to pour through to the earth, blasting and crumbling the marble as in a burst of flame. The dead woman rose for a moment of agony, and while she was lapped in the flame and her bitter scream of pain was drowned out in the thunder crash, the last thing I heard was this mingling of a dreadful sound, and again I was seized in the giant grasp and dragged away, while the hailstones beat on me and the air around seemed reverberant with the howling of wolves. The last sight that I remembered was a vague white moving mass, as if all the graves around me had sent out the phantoms of their sheeted dead, and that they were closing in on me through the white cloudiness of the driving hail. Gradually there came a sort of vague beginning of consciousness, then a sense of weariness that was dreadful. For a time I remembered nothing, but slowly my senses returned. My feet seemed positively racked with pain, yet I could not move them. They seemed to be numbed. There was an icy feeling at the back of my neck and all down my spine and ears, like my feet were dead, yet in torment. But there was in my breast the sense of warmth, which was, by comparison, delicious. It was a nightmare, a physical nightmare, if one may use such an expression, for some heavy weight on my chest made it difficult for me to breathe. This period of semi-lethargy seemed to remain a long time, and as it faded away, I must have slept or swooned. There came a sort of loathing, like the first stage of seasickness, and a wild desire to be free from something, I knew not what. A vast stillness enveloped me, as though all the world were asleep or dead, only broken by the low panting, as of some animal close to me. I felt a warm rasping at my throat. Then came a consciousness of the awful truth, which chilled me to the heart and sent the blood surging up through my brain. Some great animal was lying on me and now licking my throat. I feared to stir, for some instinct of prudence bade me lie still, but the brute seemed to realize that there was now some change in me, for it raised its head. Through my eyelashes I saw above me the two great flaming eyes of a gigantic wolf. Its sharp white teeth gleamed in the gaping red mouth, and I could feel its hot breath fierce and acrid upon me. For another spell of time I remembered no more. Then I became conscious of a low growl, followed by a yelp, renewed again and again. Then, seemingly very far away, I heard a "Hola, hola, hola," as of many voices calling in unison. Cautiously I raised my head and looked in the direction where the sound came, but the cemetery blocked my view. The wolf still continued to yelp in a strange way, and a red glare began to move around the grove of cypresses, as though following the sound. As the voices drew closer, the wolf yelped faster and louder. I feared to make either sound or motion. Nearer came the red glow over the white pall which stretched into the darkness around me. Then, all at once, from beyond the trees, there came a trot of a troop of horsemen bearing torches. The wolf rose from my breast and made for the cemetery. I saw one of the horsemen, soldiers by their caps and their long military cloaks, raise his carbine and take aim. Companion knocked up his arm, and I heard the ball whiz over my head. He had evidently taken my body for that of the wolf. Another sighted the animal as it slunk away. Okay, we're almost done here. Sighted the wolf and a shot followed. Then, at a gallop, the troop rode forward, some towards me, others following the wolf as it disappeared amongst the snow-clad cypresses. As they drew nearer, I tried to move, but was powerless, although I could see and hear all that went on around me. 2 or 3 of the soldiers jumped from their horses and knelt beside me. One of them raised my head and placed his hand over my heart. "Good news, comrades," he cried. "His heart still beats." Then some brandy was poured down my throat. It put vigor into me, and I was able to open my eyes fully and look around. Lights and shadows were moving among the trees, and I heard men call to one another. They drew together, uttering frightened exclamations, and the lights flashed as the others came pouring out of the cemetery pell-mell like men possessed. When the further ones came close to us, those who were around me asked them eagerly, "Well, what have you found?" The reply rang out hurriedly, No, no, come away, quick. This is no place to stay, and on this of all nights. What was it? Was the question, asked in all manner of keys. The answer came variously and all indefinitely, as though the men were moved by some common impulse to speak, yet were restrained by some common fear from giving their thoughts. It, indeed, gibbered one, whose wits had plainly given out for the moment. A wolf, and yet not a wolf, another put in shudderingly. No use for trying for him without the sacred bullet, a third remarked in a more ordinary manner. Seems like they're talking about werewolves. Serves us right for coming out on this night. Truly we have earned our 1,000 marks, were the ejaculations of a fourth. There was blood, and on the broken marble, another said after a pause. The lightning never brought that there. The lightning never brought that there, and for him, is he safe? Look at his throat. See, comrades, the wolf has been lying on him and keeping his blood warm. The officer looked at my throat and replied, He's all right. The skin is not pierced. What does it all mean? We should never have found him but for the yelping of the wolf. What became of it? Asked the man who was holding up my head and who seemed the least panic-stricken of the party, for his hands were steady and without tremor. On his sleeve was the chevron of a petty officer. It went to its home, answered the man, whose long face was pallid and who actually shook with terror as he glanced around him fearfully. There are graves enough there in which it may lie. Come, comrades, come quickly. Let us leave this cursed spot. The officer raised me to a sitting position as he uttered a word of command. Then several men placed me upon a horse. He sprang to the saddle behind me, took me in his arms, gave the word to advance, and turning our faces away from the cypresses, we rode away in swift military order. As yet my tongue refused its office, and I was perforce silent. I must have fallen asleep, for the next thing I remember was finding myself standing up, supported by a soldier on either side of me. It was almost broad daylight, and to the north a red streak of sunlight was reflected like a path of blood over the waste of snow. The officer was telling the men to say nothing of what they had seen, except that they found an English stranger guarded by a large dog. Dog? That was no dog, cut in the man who had exhibited such fear. I think I know a wolf when I see one. The young officer answered calmly, I said a dog. Dog, reiterated the other ironically. It was evident that his courage was rising with the sun, and pointing to me, he said, Look at his throat. Is that the work of a dog, master? Instinctively, I raised my hand to my throat, and I touched it as I cried out in pain. The men crowded around to look, some stooping down from their saddles, and again there came the calm voice of the young officer. A dog, as I said. If aught else were said, we should only be laughed at. I was then mounted behind a trooper, and we rode on into the suburbs of Munich. Here we came across a stray carriage into which I was lifted, and it was driven off to the Quarte Saison, the young officer accompanying me, whilst a trooper followed with his horse, and the others rode off to the barracks. When we arrived, Herr Delbruck rushed so quickly down the steps to meet me that it was apparent he had been watching within. Taking me by both hands, he solicitously led me in. The officer saluted me and was turning to withdraw when I recognized his purpose and insisted that he should come to my rooms. Over a glass of wine, I warmly thanked him and his brave comrades for saving me. He replied simply that he was more than glad, and that Herr Delbruck had at the first taken steps to make all the searching party pleased, at which ambiguous utterance the maitre d'hotel smiled. while the officer pleaded duty and withdrew. "But Herr Delbruck," I inquired, "how and why was it that the soldiers searched for me?" He shrugged his shoulders as if in deprecation of his own deed, and he replied, "I was so fortunate as to obtain leave from the commander of the regiment in which I served to ask for volunteers." "But how did you know I was lost?" I asked. "The driver came hither with the remains of his carriage, which had been upset when the horses ran away." "But surely you would not send a search party of soldiers merely on his account?" "Oh, no," he answered. "But even before the coachman arrived, I had this telegram from the bowyer whose guest you are." And he took from his pocket a telegram which he handed to me, and I read. It says, "Bistritz, be careful of my guest. His safety is most precious to me. Should aught happen to him, or if he be missed, spare nothing to find him and ensure his safety. He is English and therefore adventurous. There are often dangers from snow and wolves and night. Lose not a moment if you suspect harm to him. I answer your zeal with my fortune. Dracula." I see Dracula was looking out for us. Count Dracula. As I held the telegram in my hand, the room seemed to whirl around me, and if the attentive maitre d'hotel had not caught me, I think I should have fallen. There was something so strange in all this, something so weird and impossible to imagine, that there grew on me a sense of my being in some way the sport of opposite forces, the more vague idea of which seemed in a way to paralyze me. I was certainly under some form of mysterious protection. From a distant country had come, in the very nick of time, a message that took me out of the danger of the snow sleep and the jaws of the wolf. And so ends our first chapter, our missing chapter of Dracula from Jonathan Harker. Okay. My eyes hurt a little bit from trying to read that. I feel like Dracula was lulling me into a hypnotic state. I think it said sought and fought death. I must have misread something. Okay, so we've read that last chapter, and here they are again talking about it. Now she's asking us about, I guess she's asking us about whether Jonathan Harker told us about this thing that happened to him. She says, "Did he tell you about any of this?" Dr. Morgan asked. "No," I replied, breathless with surprise. "Never a word." Why? Why on earth would he keep it to himself? According to this text, your friend Jonathan Harker, before he even reached Castle Dracula, was stalked by vampires in an abandoned village. And he was saved by a wolf who sat on his chest and licked his neck. It's too bizarre. I sighed heavily and placed the stack of papers back on Dr. Morrigan's desk. How exactly did you obtain this?" I asked. Her face pinked again. "I wrote to the publishers on your behalf asking for an original, unabridged manuscript for this asylum's files." "On my behalf? So in other words, you pretended to be me?" Dr. Morrigan cast her eyes to the floor. "It was a very lengthy process with a very small chance of success," she said quietly. "I didn't want to bother you. I'm sorry if I overstepped my authority." "This is highly irregular," I responded sternly. "This is highly irregular," she countered, placing her hand on the book chapter. "You must confront him." I am, of course, unused to being spoken to in such a commanding manner. Something in my expression must have betrayed my displeasure because Dr. Morrigan instantly quieted. I appreciate your enthusiasm, I said in calm, measured tones, and I agree that this information is highly damaging to my friend. I dare say it makes him our primary suspect. But there's something you haven't considered. If I rush to confront him, and he is indeed the vampire, we will instantly become targets. I doubt we would survive the week. I hadn't thought of that, Dr. Morrigan said. You're right. Before we accuse, we must gather enough evidence to involve the police. If we tip our hand too soon, we could seal our own doom. The fact that no one knows we are pursuing these inquiries is our chief defense, I replied. For our own preservation, we must keep silent, even as we work to bring about the creature's downfall. I realized with a start that I had blithely applied the word creature to a man long considered a friend. Yet there it was. Based on a few pages of manuscript, I was prepared to condemn him. I felt it necessary to remind myself that there might be a reasonable explanation, even though I couldn't for the life of me think of one. At any rate, I could not treat him with overt suspicion. It would be a mortal insult if I was wrong, and a mortal threat to my life if I was correct. The two of us still call regularly on each other, but our lives have taken very different directions. I suppose it began during the Troubles, when newly married Harkers were granted a great boon. Jonathan's employer, the wealthy Exeter-based solicitor Peter Hawkins, left the couple his considerable estate upon his passing, along with his flourishing legal practice. They tried to make a go of Exeter, but after several years decided that Jonathan, whose travails left him mentally and physically weakened, could no longer tolerate a demanding work routine or life in a large bustling town. So they liquidated their business interests and relocated to Whitby, where they live with their son on a very pleasant country estate. Which, now that I examine the facts in print, seems rather convenient. If a person were a vampire, or even that dreaded half-breed Van Helsing posits, he would have no use for a job that bound him to regular hours. Might he not prefer a country estate where he could come and go as he pleased, with no neighbors to note his movements? By pure coincidence, an opportunity had arisen to put some of these questions to the test. It was the reason I had sought out Dr. Morrigan in the first place. I have another matter for you, I told her. As it turns out, a related matter. I have received a dinner invitation. In accepting, I took the liberty of stating that you would accompany me. You did? She asked. This is highly irregular. Now it was my turn to blush. I'm sorry. I realized the great impropriety, but I felt you would not object. You see, the invitation is from the Harkers. Oh, Dr. Morrigan mused. Then I don't object. Indeed not. It would be an excellent chance to see him at close quarters and to question... I will question him, I corrected. You will merely be a polite guest. Perhaps you could distract Mina. You are direct, and right now that is not what is needed. If you interrogate like a policeman, he will suspect. And that could be our undoing. Leave it to me, and I will explore as tactfully as I can. Very well, Dr. Morgan agreed. But how is it that you would elect to take one of your co-workers to a social engagement? Won't that seem odd? Not at all. The Harkers know you. I've mentioned you many times. Many times, Dr. Morgan said, a small smile flashing across her lips. Suddenly the room seemed overly warm. I quickly made arrangements to accompany her 2 nights hence at 6 p.m. and resumed my duties. All right, let's take a little break and catch up with the chat. Harker could be a new vampire. Not fought, it's found. She sought her own death, suicide. Not sure it really matters. Okay, so there's a little romance going here between Dr. Morrigan and John Seward, our doctor that works in the asylum. So the two of them are sort of flirting with each other. It's kind of cute. Let's hope nothing bad happens to them. Let's take a little peek at what we've got ahead of us. Are there chapters in this thing? All right, so they're invited to dinner at the Harkers. Anna says it's a little dangerous to accept a dinner invitation from someone who's a suspected vampire. It is a little dangerous, although I guess if there's the more people that are going to be there, the more you might feel safety in numbers. Okay, let's read his journal entry. Journal entry of Dr. John Seward. 14 October 1907. I write this at home shortly after returning from my evening with Jonathan and Mina Harker. Okay, so he's writing about the dinner that has already occurred. This is nothing is told. I guess it's all journal entries we're reading. Okay. I feel I must get everything down as soon as possible before the details fade. It is important to have all the facts before me so that I can more easily determine a course of action. The evening began normally, even pleasantly. Dr. Morrigan and I rode together to the Harker estate, a Georgian-style country home surrounded by verdant tracts of forest and farmland. I was, as always, warmly greeted. The welcome was so congenial that I could easily have forgotten my mission were it not for the presence of my companion. She was unfailingly gracious to our hosts, but I could sense that, behind her smiles and courteous utterances, she was very much on guard. After some conversation in the drawing room, we sat down to dinner at 8 o'clock. Of course, such gatherings can often be agonizingly formal, but I have always found meals with the Harkers to be refreshingly relaxing. Our repast was, as usual, sumptuous. I particularly remember a delicious filet de boeuf. But no matter, suffice it to say, as the courses came and went, nothing of note occurred. We spent the time in small talk. Mina looked just the same, as beautiful and vivacious as ever. And we've got a little photo here of them at dinner. All right, so what have we got here? This looks like these must be Dr. Dorrigan and Seward. And then we have Mina and Jonathan Harker here sitting at the other ends of the table, and the servant bringing them food. If you're going to a vampire's house, you might not want to wear such a low cut dress. Like, yeah, maybe cover yourself up a little bit. Or maybe there's covering there. I don't know if you want to be drawing attention to your neck with a necklace, though. Like, maybe that's not the best. Maybe dress yourself down a little bit for dinner with the vampire's house. Don't make your neck look so appealing. All right, here he is continuing with his description of the dinner. Jonathan still looked young, but there were lines of care around his eyes. When he wasn't speaking, a haunted expression seemed to cloud his visage, and his hair is now completely white. That transition, I recall, began shortly after his return from Transylvania, when the first streaks appeared seemingly overnight in his formerly dark mane. The rather substantial meal was finished with a very refreshing lemon ice. We had all exhausted all the usual dinner topics. It was the point in the evening where we inevitably began to discuss those dark days long ago. But not to reminisce. No sane person would return willingly to that far country, even in memory. It was more like a compulsion. This evening would be no different. You won't believe what I found our dear Dr. Morrigan reading the other day, I said. What? Asked Mina. A copy of that ridiculous novel Dracula. Can you imagine? Really, a woman of learning shouldn't trouble herself with such populist drivel, Jonathan offered, smiling. I fear I shall have to revise my opinion of you. Dr. Morrigan, unsure how to proceed, smiled back weakly and seemed distinctly uncomfortable. It's all right, I said. I told her everything. There was a general sense of relaxation around the table, as if a source of unspoken tension had been removed. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for all that happened, Dr. Morrigan said. Oh, thank you for your kind words, Mina said, but it was long ago. It was a long while ago. Time healed some of the hurt, though I think we will carry the memory of those days to our graves. Jonathan nodded but said nothing. As for me, I could see that Dr. Morrigan, in spite of my careful instructions, was growing somewhat impatient. I feared that at any moment a stream of impertinent, possibly dangerous queries might erupt. Did you know that Van Helsing has finally retired? I offered. He left the university and is planning a trip to South America, of all places. Plans to pursue some sort of botanical study of rainforest flowers. Botany, John said. There is no end to that man's interest. And how is his lordship? I asked. How is his lordship? I asked. Arthur, our other partner in that sad affair, is fine, said Mina. We dined with him last month. Lovely girl he married. No Lucy, of course. Of course, I said. There'll never be another like her. I sometimes think, but never mind, never mind. No reason to trouble you or me by constantly revisiting events that can't be changed. Mina put her hand over mine. I miss her too, she said. But the blame lies with that fiend, no one else. You and Van Helsing did all you could to save her. Without your intervention, she would have died sooner and perhaps continued on as one of those, Mina trailed off. For a moment, all was silent at the table. Well, what about you, Jonathan? I finally ventured, breaking the spell. How are you keeping busy these days? Jonathan looked up from his dessert, with which he had toyed listlessly. Well, there's plenty to do around here, managing the estate, he replied, when I'm up to it. I also still advise a handful of clients on legal matters, but by and large I'm a gentleman of leisure, a country squire. Do you have much trouble with poachers out here? Dr. Morrigan asked. Seemed an odd query, but Jonathan took it in stride. A bit, he said. I believe the locals take an occasional hare and perhaps a deer too, but since hunting doesn't interest me, as long as matters don't become too blatant, I don't mind if the yeomanry supplement their diets. That's very charitable, Dr. Morgan said. Still, I would be alarmed at having strangers roaming the grounds at night, especially armed. Jonathan smiled. Oh, they're no threat. Yes, except perhaps to themselves, Dr. Morrigan continued. I remember a while back reading about a poacher found dead, his gun by his side. This was in the... Oh, this was one of the people that Stewart says the vampire drained of blood every 2 months, right? The poacher found without it, with the gun near him. Oh, except perhaps to themselves, Dr. Morgan continued. I remember a while back reading about a poacher found dead, his gun by his side. I shot my companion a look. Jonathan, however, seemed to take no offense. I remember, he said. Perhaps a year ago, poor soul was missing for weeks, I believe. Then, apparently, some dogs got at the body. Really, Jonathan, Mina scolded. We may be finished, darling, dining, but we're still at table. Have some propriety. As she spoke, a young serving girl entered the dining room with a tray and began collecting our dessert dishes and silverware. Well, maybe old Black Shuck is afoot, Dr. Morrigan offered, smiling. She had no sooner spoken those words than the servant girl jerked so violently that she dropped her entire tray, sending flatware clattering to the ground. Apologizing profusely, she quickly gathered up the mess and retreated, still noticeably shaking, into the kitchen. And there's a little drawing of the servant girl dropping all her stuff when she heard Morrigan say old Black Shuck, whatever that means. I'm sorry, Dr. Morgan apologized. Did I cause that? Oh, it's all right, Mina said. There has, for some reason, been much talk around among the help about Black Shuck, the hellhound that supposedly haunts these parts. You are obviously familiar with the tale. Large black dog with glowing eyes that suddenly appears to lonely night travelers. That story's been told for centuries. I had always assumed it to be an example of mass hysteria, Dr. Morrigan said. I assume nothing anymore, Mina replied. At any rate, there have been some sightings in these parts of late. Staff is on edge. But these things come and go. In a few weeks it'll pass. For a few suspenseful seconds, I wondered if the doctor might overreach herself and draw some parallel to Dracula's ability to control wolves, and even become one. I was relieved when she veered safely away from the subject. Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what will happen, she replied. Country people can entertain some very strange ideas. I'm sorry I caused so much disruption by mentioning it. Throughout this exchange, Jonathan said nothing. Our evening ended shortly thereafter. We said our usual cordial goodbyes while waiting for our coach to pull up. On the way home, Dr. Morgan and I spoke in hushed tones so as not to be overheard by the driver. That business about Black Shuck, I said, really uncalled for. Oh, it was an innocent remark, she replied. I had no idea it would bring such a response. My God, did you see that girl's face? She was terrified. Perhaps she has seen more of that demon dog or wolf than she cares to admit. Or perhaps she's too frightened of the consequences to discuss it. Speculation, I said. And what of Jonathan? He hardly seemed healthy enough to walk us to the door. How could he summon the strength to track victims through the night, rend bodies limb from limb? You men are so easily taken in by appearances, Dr. Morrigan replied. Changing one's hair color is easily done. And just because he acts the part of a near invalid doesn't make it the truth. If he is a vampire or part vampire, don't you think he'd have the wit to choreograph his every move in our presence? You must accept the fact that we face an enemy who possesses not just superhuman strength, but superhuman cunning as well. I still don't subscribe to this, I ventured. Really, Dr. Morrigan, every part of my being says that this is wrong, that Jonathan cannot be what you think he is. And they say that women are ruled by emotion, she retorted. You should put aside sentiment and stick to the facts. At a loss for a response, I gazed out the coach window into the darkness. I absently thrust my hands into my coat pockets and felt what appeared to be a piece of paper in my right. Piece that hadn't been there before. There was no point bringing it out in the nearly black coach, so I kept it there until after Dr. Morrigan was dropped off at her door, and I was safely in my quarters at the asylum. Once there, I examined the document, a folded sheet of stationery upon which a note had been quickly scrawled. I do not doubt it came from the poor girl who was so shocked by the name of Black Shuck. She obviously placed it in my coat just before it was returned to me as I left. I am sick at heart, utterly sick. Tomorrow I will acquaint my colleague with these latest developments. Perhaps what she says is correct. Perhaps it is time to set aside sentiment, look at the evidence, and steel myself to do what must be done. All right, next up is the note itself, but it's time to take a break before we continue. I like this doctor. She's pretty gutsy. Let's check in with the chat. All right, we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes, and we'll read this note that he was left that's made him freak out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. The servant has left a note in Dr. Seward's jacket, and it's made him sick, and now we're going to find out what it says. Anything to catch up with in the chat? And it's telling us about references to other stories here. We saw the Lovecraft reference. Seems like there's more. Okay. Here we go. Let's see, the crumpled note left in his jacket. What does it say? It says, "Good sir, I know from your important office and the matters you have attended to that you will take me seriously. Black Shuck is indeed afoot. The best something, the beast something frequents or haunts this house. I have seen him at night prowling just outside. He has even scratched repeatedly at my window. What could it mean? And there is something else, dear God, that walks these halls. It goes on 2 legs, not 4. Please do not tell my employers, or I will be undone. I know from your important office and the matters you've attended to that you will take me seriously. Black Shuck is indeed afoot. The beast frequents this house. I have seen him at night prowling just outside. He was even scratching repeatedly at my window. What could it mean? And there's something else, dear God, that walks these halls. It goes on 2 legs, not 4. Please do not tell my employee." There's some other weird lines here. Can you see these vertical lines? Here's the biggest one right here. I don't know what that's about. All right, well, this seems to confirm the suspicions that the Harkers are involved. Maybe both of them became different creatures. All right, we're back with Stewart. I'd say we are probably halfway through this book. Journal entry of Dr. John Seward, 15 October 1907. Horrifying events. I showed Dr. Morrigan the note first thing in the morning. She saw it predictably as damning evidence, which I suppose it is, especially in light of everything else that has happened. As is her wont, she asked for the letter so she could make a copy. We were discussing what to do next when the police arrived at our door, bringing a teenage girl whom they described as violently hysterical. And indeed she was. Clothed only in a soiled nightdress, she was a veritable wildcat. Took both officers, burly men in their prime, to drag her, kicking, screaming, and biting, into the women's ward. There she was restrained and placed in a room where, in the soothing presence of Dr. Morrigan, she calmed somewhat. The girl was emaciated, pale, and bore a motley assortment of bruises and superficial scratches. But there was one other wound that, when Dr. Morgan excitedly pointed it out to me, made my blood run cold. Just over her jugular were 2 neat puncture wounds. There can be no doubt, she asserted as she bandaged the injury. No doubt at all. No doubt at all, the girl echoed tonelessly as she gazed up at Dr. Morgan. No doubt at all. Do you think she'll be able to tell us anything useful? I queried. Oh, perhaps, Dr. Morgan replied, but between the blood loss, fatigue, and hysteria, I think that right now she's quite unreachable. Well, give her food if she'll take it, then a sedative, I instructed. Perhaps later we can interview her. After tending to the girl personally, Dr. Morgan joined me in my office. She paced around the room like a caged cat. You know, of course, who she is, she said. Of course, I replied. She perfectly matches the physical description of Gabriella Hartman, the girl who wandered out of her parents' house last week. The police found her walking listlessly near the harbor. She kept mumbling, "Must not disappoint the master." Her parents have been sent for to verify her identity. I intend to keep the girl in custody. Yes, rightly so, Dr. Morgan remarked, if only to prevent that fiend Harker from finishing her off. The horror is happening again, I said morosely. I didn't want to believe it. In the face of everything, I didn't want to believe it. Yes, again, Dr. Morgan repeated, but this time you are prepared, and this time you have my help. It is he who should fear, not us. Then she smiled bravely. Such is the way people act when they have never looked death in the face. I earnestly hope she can somehow be spared any role in the confrontation that I am sure is coming. The parents did indeed claim the girl as their own and tearfully thanked God for her safe return. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she awakened from her drug-induced slumber and seemed lucid enough to interview. Indeed, she seemed so much improved that Dr. Morgan dressed her and brought her to my office. She seemed very fatigued, but otherwise perfectly normal. The two sat together on my couch while I sat opposite in a chair. How do you do, Gabriella? I inquired. The girl looked up at me, then at Dr. Morgan, then back at me. Fine, she said quietly. When may I go home? Well, very soon, but first we must look after you and make sure you're fit. Also, we would like to know where you were these last few days and nights. Once again, the girl looked first at Dr. Morgan, then at me. With the dark man, she stated flatly. I was with the dark man. I see. And what did he do to you? Nothing. Nothing I didn't want him to do. I see. And did you recognize the dark man? Had you ever seen him before? Before we leave, here she is being brought in, kicking and screaming and biting. After being missing, she was with the dark man. Okay, I believe what we're looking at here may be from the used bookseller. It doesn't appear to be related to this game. It looks like real photographic paper. Maybe this is related to the person who owned this book last. This is kind of creeping me out. But we'll put it aside in case it is related to this book. I fear it's not. All right, continuing with Gabriella. Gabriella gazed down at the floor and became unresponsive. She remained that way until Dr. Morgan gently nudged her and coaxed. Come now, dear. Don't keep the doctor waiting. What can you tell us of this person? The girl's head jerked up as if memories suddenly flooded her mind. He was a fine gentleman, she said, the words coming out in a rush. Well-spoken and dressed in fine clothes, but I don't remember his face, not at all. When did you say I could go home? Soon, I assured her. Your parents will come for you, have no fear. The girl's eyes widened. No, I don't want to go with them, she cried. My home is with him. I want to go back to him. I will become like him and we will always be together. We might want to conclude this interview, announced Dr. Morgan. She's becoming agitated. In a moment, I said, not wanting to abandon my quest just yet. Gabriella, where is your home? Can you tell me where he took you? Where is home? Again, she looked at Dr. Morgan, then at me. A house, she said, a big house in the country. The basement, I think. There was no light. There was a box he kept me in. It smelled like dirt. I see. And how did you escape? Well, I didn't escape. I didn't want to go. He said I had to leave. He carried me to town. He carried you? The girl smiled mysteriously. On his back, she whispered. He became a giant wolf and he ran like the wind. But why did he let you go, Gabriella? Did he say why? Yes, he wanted me to do something for him. He explained it very carefully. He wanted me to destroy someone who threatened him. The girl's words grew slurred and indistinct. We should stop, Dr. Morgan said. She's becoming incoherent. I motioned impatiently for quiet. Then I leaned closer to the girl to try to hear her more clearly. Who threatened your master? I asked. There was a long pause. The girl fixed me with a long, appraising stare. You. She flew out of her chair to my desk, seized a letter opener, and made straight for me. I managed to catch her arm just as the blow fell, blocking it. But that was only the beginning. She brought down the dagger again and again with terrific force, screaming with each strike. It was all I could do to fend them off. Dr. Morgan raced from the room and shouted for help. In that moment, I managed to knock the knife from my attacker's hand and roll over on top of her, pinning her. Still she fought. Then, most terrible of all, a hideous grin crossed her face, and she looked deeply into my eyes. You cannot defeat the master, she hissed. One day soon he'll come for you, and what a fit offering you'll make. Within moments, though it seemed like an eternity, Dr. Morgan returned with 3 orderlies. The men restrained the girl and removed her, though not, I might add, without considerable effort. Did she stab you? Dr. Morgan asked in a panic. No, I said as I picked myself up off the floor. Go with the men and see to her. She disappeared down the hall, leaving me alone. I sat down heavily at my desk and waited for my heart to stop hammering and my breathing to slow. I must admit, I needed several minutes to regain my composure. It occurred to me that this was the second time a knife-wielding patient attempted to take my life, and that both incidents happened under similar circumstances. Allow me to digress. The first assassin had been a patient named Renfield. A budding homicidal maniac, he fell under the thrall of Dracula shortly after the fiend arrived in England. He did so consciously and willingly, hoping that his new master would grant him eternal existence among the undead. Apparently, he'd been instructed while I was struggling to save Lucy Westenra's life to end my meddling by killing me. One evening, he escaped his cell and attacked me with a knife, but as with every other errand Dracula gave him, he failed to achieve the desired result. Toward the end, he even suffered what I would call a failure of nerve. He balked when Dracula demanded his assistance in the destruction of Mina, and for that affront the Count took his life, not by drinking his blood, but by crushing his skull. Oh, look at this scene that we just saw. She flew out of her chair to my desk, seized a letter opener, and made straight for me. With a big grin on her face. So a vampire like set this whole thing up, kidnapped her, put her in a box, and like turned her into his servant and set her free to do this exact thing. And he's told us about how Renfield tried to kill him too. This girl seemed like a distiff version of that mad creature, a cat's paw under the spell of the Nosferatu. The only difference was I didn't believe this child acted willingly. She seemed in the very direct, very close grasp of another entity. She was, in the most literal sense, out of her mind. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Dr. Morrigan returned. Again, she asked after my health. I stated that I was fine and inquired about her patient. Well, she seemed utterly calm by the time we got her back to her room, she said. I gave her a sedative, placed her in a straight waistcoat for her own protection, locked her in the cell, and instructed the staff not to disturb her under any circumstances. That attack almost did her in. I don't know how, in her weakened state, she summoned the reserves for such an effort. How long will she remain unconscious? I asked. Well, quite a while. Why? I want to hypnotize her. When Mina Harker was in the power of Dracula, they formed a psychic link that he used to control her. We turned the tables using hypnosis. Under its sway, she was able to plot his movements for us, which proved key to his undoing. Of course, Dr. Morgan said. I remember from the book. And you think the same technique could work here? Well, perhaps this poor girl could tell us a great deal. I see, Dr. Morgan said. I'll alert you as soon as she wakes. In the meantime, I have some work to attend to. I stayed at my desk until early evening. About 7 o'clock, my associate, Dr. Patrick Hennessy, stopped in to make sure I had quite recovered from my ordeal. I allowed that I was shaken, but otherwise fine. I just made the rounds and found all in order, he said. And how's the girl? I inquired. Oh, fine, I would assume. I was told not to disturb her except with good reason. So far, I've had none. She's quiet as a mouse in there. I see. And where is Dr. Morrigan? Well, working in her office just as she has all afternoon. She seems quite worried and exhausted to boot. Last time I passed her door, she had her head down on her desk. I think she was asleep. Well, I can't blame her, given all the excitement around here, I responded. A woman's nerves can only stand so much. Anything else? Oh, nothing of note, Hennessy said as he backed out of the door. One of the orderlies said he saw a stray dog slinking around the premises. Big black fellow, that's all. What? I said. How long ago was that? Oh, well, not long, replied Hennessy, somewhat nonplussed at my reaction. Perhaps half an hour or so, but surely it's of no consequence. Just then came a loud, prolonged scream. I recognized the voice as that of Dr. Morrigan. The two of us raced through the building to the women's ward. There we found a cluster of nurses and orderlies crowded around the door to poor Gabriella Hartzman's room. I shouldered them aside and entered to find Dr. Morrigan sitting on the floor and cradling her patient's broken, obviously lifeless body. I knew instantly there was no hope. Someone or something had turned the girl's head almost entirely around. Good Lord, Hennessy said, look at that. I was afraid there for Morrigan. Thank God she's okay. I don't care about this girl. Look at that, he says. The room's barred window had been pulled out. It would take a team of horses to do that, Hennessy marveled breathlessly. You don't think... Please return the staff to their duties, I ordered. I'll see to matters here. Hennessy looked surprised, but did as he was told. When the hallway finally emptied, I went to Dr. Morrigan, who still held the girl's lifeless body in her arms. I asked her, as gently as possible, to tell me what had happened. "Oh, it was horrible," she said. "I decided to see if I could rouse her, but as I approached, I heard loud noise from inside the room. I opened the door just in time to see it. A man dressed in all black. He had the girl's head in his hands, and before I could intervene, he... That's enough," I said. "I understand. Now come with me. There's nothing further you can do. It's a police matter now." Dr. Morrigan accompanied back to my office, where I poured her a brandy and then telephoned the authorities. Unfortunately, Whitby, normally a peaceful place, makes to do with a special, very small, very backward department. It consists of a constable, a jocular old fellow named Clarence Thumgarden, and two very inexperienced sergeants who work at their positions part-time. When I contacted Thumgarden's office, I was informed that it would be some time before he arrived, as he had been called away to attend to another matter. I stated I would wait as long as necessary and hung up. "So it has happened," Dr. Morgan said. "He knows we pursue him." "Yes," I said, "but I fear we were never the pursuers." "What now? What can we do to stop this creature and save ourselves?" "Did you see his face?" "No, he concealed it, but I know it was Jonathan Harker. It must have been." "Be careful sharing that with the police. You have no evidence," I cautioned. "Perhaps the vampire will be good enough to supply some evidence at our own murder scenes," Dr. Morrigan joked bitterly. "How did he find out," I asked, "if it is Jonathan? Were we so blatant in our inquiries yesterday evening that we tipped our hand?" "Perhaps he could divine our thoughts. His powers must be prodigious. He completely controlled that girl. Perhaps, as with Mina, the vampire could see through her eyes. He knew she'd failed to kill you. He knew that you planned to hypnotize her. When her usefulness ended, he came here and slew her before she could do any damage. He waited until nightfall because, I believe, that is when his powers manifest. During daylight, perhaps he really is the weakling he seems to be, but in darkness, all that changes. I wonder what else he was able to see through Gabriella's eyes," I said idly. Suddenly, Dr. Morrigan sat bolt upright in her chair. "This afternoon, before I brought the girl to you, I took her briefly to my office," she said. "We were there for several minutes. The letter from the Harkers' servant girl was out in plain sight. I thought nothing of it. I remember seeing her gaze at it with blank, unfocused eyes." "Ugh, 'cause she wasn't looking at it at all," I said. "Whoever controlled her was. I fear our clumsiness may have sealed that woman's doom." "We must help that poor girl," Dr. Morrigan said desperately. "How?" I asked. "Should we alert the authorities? What can we tell them? And how useful of an ally do you think Constable Thumgarden would be, even if he believed us?" "But we must do something. If we don't, the Harker servant will die just as surely and just as horribly as poor Gabriella." Before I could respond, an orderly stepped into the room and informed me that a representative from the constable's office had arrived. I motioned for Dr. Morrigan to keep her seat, then asked for the visitor to be shown in. I was surprised to see not the constable, but a raw-boned lad of perhaps 20, dressed in an ill-fitting uniform. He was one of the part-time sergeants, hardly the person I expected. "Good evening, sir, madam," he said. "Constable Thumgarden telephoned and asked me to express his apologies for the unavoidable delay. He is detained at another location and cannot begin his inquiries in person until tomorrow morning." I was nonplussed, to say the least. This is a serious matter, I said brusquely. A girl is dead. If you don't mind, could you tell me what detains the good constable? I have little information, sir, but I will share what I know, the sergeant responded. Right before you called, our office received an urgent report about a young woman killed just at sundown near a lonely stretch of Huxler Lane, perhaps 5 miles from here. Passing lorry driver heard screams. He said he saw some sort of animal attacking a woman. By the time he got there, the beast had run away and the woman was dead. Torn to pieces, I'm afraid. At any rate, I'm sure you'll agree that the constable has his hands full just now. During this unusual and gruesome emergency, your forbearance is greatly appreciated. The boy excused himself and departed. As soon as we were alone, Dr. Morrigan put her head in her hands. Ugh. The fiend has had a busy night, she noted forlornly. He must have killed that servant girl as soon as the sun set, then raced here to slay Gabriella no more than an hour later. But he isn't finished. What that girl told you, what a fit offering you'll make, it was the vampire speaking through her. And here's the scene of the girl who was killed by the beast that the lorry driver saw. It says a passing lorry driver heard screams. He says he saw some sort of animal attacking a woman. Okay, she says, I fear we're both destined to become fit offerings. For some reason, Dr. Morrigan's repetition of what had probably been Gabriella Hartman's final words startled me out of my dark reverie. The phrase seemed unwholesomely familiar. I felt I had heard it somewhere before. You must stay here tonight, I told her. Have the staff prepare a room for you in the guest quarters. Take all precautions. I advise wearing a crucifix while you sleep. Dr. Morrigan smiled. I advise not sleeping at all, she said. If you need me, I'll be roaming the halls in the company of 2 of our largest orderlies, waiting impatiently for dawn. I wouldn't fear too much about tonight, I said. Even a Nosferatu can't be in 2 places at once. The old legend says the dead travel fast, but I doubt even this creature would contemplate claiming a victim out in the countryside, then rushing many miles into town to commit another act of high-profile mayhem, only to return to the same spot later that same night to do it all again. Go on your way and take courage. Tomorrow we will decide what to do. I walked Dr. Morrigan personally to the guest quarters, then returned to my office. In truth, I needed privacy. I wanted to look at some old files. Took a few minutes of searching, but I managed to locate what I wanted, the long inactive records of my old patient and would-be assassin Renfield. First, for no other reason than a twisted sense of nostalgia, I examined his death certificate, hurriedly filled out and signed by myself so many years ago. And then we've got his death certificate here. Before we look at this, shall we take a moment to appreciate how well my OBS plugin is working for zooming in? It really is working pretty well. It really turns out to be useful. What does the chat say? Little girl's attacking there. Why ask the girl? Why didn't he do it himself? Yeah, I guess he would only go out and kill people if it's safe to kill them, like in the countryside or where he's not being hunted or in desperation. So I guess he thought he'd be more clever and kill our doctor with the girl. It's safer. It would put him in jeopardy to expose himself. All right, so what have we got here? The death certificate. Let's take a look at it. Can't really see that too well, can we? Okay, when and where did he die? October 3rd, 1897 at Whitby Asylum. R.M. Renfield, 40 years old. Death by misadventure, massive concussion plus numerous secondary injuries, apparently caused by fall from patient's bed. Estranged wife, name unknown, daughter Barbara. Hold on a second. Daughter Barbara. Let us not forget. We know a Barbara. Barbara Coopersmith, age 11. Assaulted by persons unknown, bitten on the neck. Could that be Renfield's daughter? I mean, Barbara had to be a pretty popular name, so just because his name is Barbara. Estranged wife, name unknown, daughter Barbara. Certified to be a true copy in the Certified Office Register of Death, 3rd October, 1897. Is that a clue of some sort? Okay, so first he examines the death certificate. What role does Renfield have in all this? There's a picture of Renfield going crazy and insane in the mental asylum. Okay, so after the death certificate, then I turned to what I truly sought. A smoldering old notebook chock-a-block with frantic writing. It was Renfield's journal, a book he studiously kept during his time under my care. Though I think perhaps it was more ledger than journal. His disjointed thoughts of interest, I believe only to those studying advanced mental illness, were set down here and there, but most seemed nonsensical. The only semi-coherent bits were the numerous pages in which he totted up how many flies he'd caught, how many he'd fed to his spiders, and how many spiders he'd fed to the small birds he attracted to his cell through the bars. Renfield believed that he could expropriate the life force of other creatures by consuming them alive, something he practiced on his flies, spiders, and birds. Ugh. He seemed particularly anxious to try this technique on other higher forms of life and would have done so given the slightest opportunity. Examining his exacting, appalling bookkeeping sickened me. This hideous fascination with taking lives was, of course, what drew Dracula to him, or more accurately, drew him to Dracula. I passed from page to page, looking for I knew not what. The writing, as is common for persons suffering from this sort of mania, was almost impossibly small. It crowded to the edge of each page, leaving no room for any sort of margin. Even worse, Renfield possessed appalling penmanship. Yet I persevered. Finally, after perhaps an hour, my tired eyes happened upon a line I'd seen long ago and disregarded. He demands a sacrifice to prove my devotion, it read. I will give him the most fitting. I will give him my own blood. And then here, it looks like is Renfield's journal. Let's take a look at it. Okay, looks like he's insane. Flies, 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 beetles, flies, burning, dates, creatures. Just seems insanity. He's eating grubs, he's eating spiders, crossed out all their eyes. That's the way the gravy stains. That's the way the moon wanes. Just all craziness. Musical interlude, the music of spheres. He demands a sacrifice to prove my devotion. I will give him the most fitting. I will give him my own blood. Okay. He says, I think I've consumed all my spiders. And then he says, the doctor refused me a kitten. It doesn't matter, it's done. Yikes. Okay. I mulled over the words carefully. His blood. He didn't give Dracula a drop of his own blood. I would swear to it in court. The man never showed any signs of anemia or physical difficulty, nor telltale neck wounds. I can say this with the utmost authority, having observed him closely in life and also in death. Yet those sentences haunted me. I knew they must hold some significance, but my mind was so addled by fatigue and distracted by anxiety that I could make no headway. Perhaps, I wondered, the only thing I needed was some rest. Perhaps a few hours' sleep would grant me a revelation, or the wit to see that I was chasing shadows. I highly resolved to test that theory immediately. So he's going to get some rest and sleep. So what is he confused about? That our guy says, that Renfield says, he demands a sacrifice. I will give him the most fitting. I will give him my own blood. And then he says, but Renfield never did give him any blood. So what is it? He's confused by that. Okay, continuing. The journal entry of Dr. John Seward, 16 of October. Fell asleep at my desk last night and awakened at dawn with the cock's crow. Never have I welcomed the frail light of a chilly autumn morning so enthusiastically. Another relief. Upon waking, the first sound I heard was Dr. Morrigan's voice. She was outside my door speaking to someone in a highly animated manner. I stood up, blinked the sleep from my eyes, straightened my jacket, and stepped out into the hallway. I found Dr. Morrigan there, conversing with Constable Thumgarden. Dr. Seward, she said in greeting, smiling courageously, I see you are in good health. Indeed, I replied, extending my hand to Thumgarden. Good morning, Constable. I'm so sorry we have to meet under such circumstances. Your man came round yesterday evening to explain what detained you. What can you tell us about that sad affair? Actually, I was hoping you might be able to enlighten me, the constable said worriedly. His face was a mask of fatigue. I felt much sympathy for him and his difficult circumstances. He was an amiable fellow who was quite competent at handling petty disturbances, but sorely out of his depth when it came to solving the sorts of crimes that had overtaken his little town. I was just coming to get you, Dr. Morgan said. The news he bears about that other incident is terrible, truly terrible, but I told him you could no doubt assist in his inquiries. Oh, of course, I said, startled. Dr. Morgan occasionally overstepped her boundaries, but this was her most serious breach. Apparently, she had spoken to the constable at length before my arrival, telling him God knows what concerning the incident at the asylum and its possible relationship to the other case. I had no idea where I stood. Your girl gave me the details of the murder here, Thumgarden said. I'm sure you'll agree, as she does, that there's a connection between this business and the one I investigated last night. I told him of your belief that there's a lunatic on the rampage, Dr. Morgan said. He entirely agrees. Lunatic, I said, relieved. Yes, that seems reasonable. I realize there's quite a distance between the crime scenes, but the idea of two killings would be perpetrated on the same night by two separate persons entirely by happenstance is just too far-fetched to entertain. The constable continued. I would believe that even without the bit of evidence linking the two. Well, more than a bit, I'd offer, Dr. Morgan said. She addressed the constable but looked directly at me, a smile of relief which seemed to say, "We are saved," traced her lips. All right, now you both have me at a disadvantage, I ventured uncertainly. Before we proceed, could you acquaint me with what you found, Constable? I tried to remain patient while Thumbgarden, in his plodding way, repeated the news he'd already shared with my assistant. He'd been called out to Hawksler Lane after the aforementioned lorry driver spotted what he thought was a large black dog attacking someone. By the time the constable arrived, it was pitch black outside, so his initial inspection was conducted by lantern and electric torch, both inadequate for the task. I don't think we missed anything important, however, he said. This was no drawing room murder with subtle clues lying about. A poor victim was shredded. I'd have no trouble believing that a wild animal did it, save for what we found in one of her pockets. One of her pockets. Okay, well, what did you find in her pocket? Who was the victim? I asked, already knowing the answer. A servant girl at the Harkler residence named Becky Ledford, only 20 years old. She worked there for 5 years, mostly in the kitchen. If it wasn't for what she carried, I'd have no idea what she was doing out of doors so late. But now I think we're pretty clear on that. Oh, what was she doing? I tried to conceal my suspense. Why, coming to see you and Miss Morrigan, sir, the constable stated matter-of-factly. I could not hide my horror. Whatever for? I asked. I was going to ask you the very same thing, he said. Then he reached into his vest pocket and produced a note. Couldn't help noticing it was written on the same type of stationery I had found in my pocket the other day. It was even folded the same way. However, this piece was covered with small brown spots that I recognized as dried blood. I believe she wanted to deliver this, he said. Would you take a look? Perhaps you can shed some light on my inquiries. Of course, I said as I took the paper. It required a Herculean effort to keep my hand steady as I unfolded it and read Becky Ledford's final statement. Aloud, if you don't mind. Oh, sorry, this is Dr. Morgan. Oh, aloud, if you don't mind, Dr. Morgan said, her voice betraying an almost unseemly anxiousness. I haven't had a chance to examine it. She's conducting her independent investigation from us. We're like, she doesn't mind us tagging along, but really she's doing her own investigation. Of course. I cleared my throat and began. Dear Doctors Seward and Morgan, if you're reading this, then I have met a ghastly fate, and some kind soul has found this message and delivered it into your hands. I am sorry to trouble you, but I cannot endure this terror any longer and know of nowhere else to turn. Though we have never spoken, I feel that you will understand my plight. No matter what happens to me, what I have seen must be told. Something evil resides in this house. It is both man and beast. For months we have heard it at night, padding around outside, and I swear I have heard it inside too. All of us servants are terrified, yet we say nothing to the master and mistress. We dare not, because we have come to believe that the master is somehow involved. He rises at odd hours and can be heard walking around the house and outside the house too. It seems that he's often seen up and about just before or after that terrible black thing starts sniffing about. Continuing. I know the stories of what happened years ago when that horrible creature came from the east. The master and mistress often talk about it at table. It sounds like a horror story, but they treat it as fact. I wonder if perhaps the master might have caught something from that thing, some bit of evil that lodged in his own soul and grew. I had nothing but suspicions until last night. While dusting in his study, I noticed several books askew in one of the cases. When I tried to adjust them, I discovered something behind them, a wooden box. I opened it and found something behind. I opened it and found inside a selection of peculiar items. They looked to be personal effects. None meant anything to me except one, a small locket with the initials GDH. I recognized it instantly as belonging to Gabriella Doris Hartman, who vanished several days ago. I was terrified beyond reason, but somehow managed to put the box back just as I had found it. Then I replaced the books, but as I left the room, I encountered the master. He seemed deeply suspicious and looked at me with a malevolent glare. That I would not have thought him capable of. His eyes followed me as I walked down the hall back toward the kitchen. I fear my life is forfeit. I resolve to flee this cursed house this very evening and make my way to the two of you. If I do not survive and only this note reaches you, please have no doubt about who is behind my demise. All of the proof you need is in the master's library, behind the lowest row of books in the case, just inside the door. May God protect us all, Becky Redford. I numbly handed the note back to the constable. Was there much blood at the scene? I asked. Why, no, Thumbgarden said. Curious thing, you'd think the ground would be slick with it, but it wasn't. So what can you tell me about this matter? Dr. Morrigan looked at me expectantly. I cleared my throat again. So someone or something had first slain Becky Redford shortly after nightfall, then raced several miles from her murder scene to the asylum and did the same to Gabriella Hartman. Only someone with superhuman abilities and superhuman cruelty could accomplish it. Yet something deep inside me refused to believe Jonathan Harker capable of such travesties. Nevertheless, I'm a man of science, and feelings are for children and old women. The facts lay before me. I had but to follow where they led, no matter how distasteful the final conclusion. And so I took Thumbgarden into my office, closed the door, shared with him a carefully edited version of the last few days' events. I say carefully edited because I left out any mention of vampires. No reason to confuse the poor man by introducing the supernatural. What I told him in brief was this: that Dr. Morrigan and I had dined at the Harker's residence and that the girl had reacted strongly to mention of the legendary demon dog Black Shuck. Further, that after I returned home that evening, I found a note from her in my pocket, which I gave to him. The rest I simply neglected to mention. So now the wheels of justice turn. I have but to stand aside while they grind my friend to powder. My friend to powder. All right, then we have a letter he's writing to Van Helsing to give him an update. 16 October 1907, my dear friend, it is with a heavy heart that I must acquaint you with the latest developments concerning the matter we discussed previously. Much has happened since you received my last note. Because of the many demands upon me, and I feel the necessity to place this information in your hands before you read inaccurate second-hand press accounts, I am forced to keep my comments brief. Rest assured I will send a longer report the moment time and circumstances permit. First, it is my sad duty to inform you that our suspicions concerning Jonathan Harker have been borne out. Today, the police conducted a search of his home where they located, behind some shelves in his study, a wooden box containing mementos taken from each of the 5 victims I cataloged in my last letter. It's convenient. As well as a locket taken from the missing girl I mentioned. I've seen this sort of behavior before. Keeping souvenirs from their crimes is almost a compulsion among certain sorts of habitual killers. Jonathan is now in Gaol, where he will no doubt remain until his trial. They've arrested him, they put him in Gaol prison. I believe, based on the evidence, that he will hang for these crimes. Mina is, of course, distraught. I'm very near so as well. And I can only imagine your feelings about this dreadful development. Is someone framing him? The apprehension took place through no effort of mine, but by the independent action of one very courageous servant girl employed by the Harker home. She discovered the box of grisly keepsakes, understood what it was, then tried to free the estate to alert the authorities. She was slain in a most barbaric manner, yet she still accomplished her goal. When her body was discovered, a note she'd written was found on her person. Explained everything. It was on the strength of this evidence that the Harker household was searched and our former friend taken into custody. So the fiend was imprisoned without the necessity of broaching supernatural matters. The police seem content with my assertion that Jonathan is some species of lunatic. I will not attempt to disabuse them of this. I have left out so many incidents and much detail, but I promise to remedy that at the earliest convenience. Yours faithfully, John. And here he is writing in his journal. Well, let's check up on the chat. Harker seems too obvious. Also, our doctor doesn't believe it's him. Could it be his son? They mentioned the Harkers have son. Since Morrigan is always there and pointing out new evidence, I'm suspicious of her. Sorry, Jesse. I won't hear it. I won't hear any insults of Dr. Morrigan. I refuse to believe she's implicated in any of this. I will not hear of it. Surely not. I suspect Barbara, the daughter, and I sure hope that this woman Morrigan is not the daughter of Renfield, but I suspect the daughter of Renfield. Barbara, but I just hope that that doesn't turn out to be. We have to run the numbers of the years to figure out who could be who. But Harker is looking too obvious. Logan says, always listen to Anna. 18 October 1907. This morning I faced the distasteful task of meeting in Gaol with Jonathan Harker. Oh, this is exciting. He's meeting with his old friend. The authorities want my opinion concerning his mental state and fitness for trial. I could hardly refuse given my credentials. I agreed for personal reasons as well. In spite of recent revelations, I still entertain doubts, admittedly unsubstantiated, about his guilt. I wanted a chance to address those concerns and to satisfy myself that the police have the right man. And look at this very cool illustration. The Harker household was searched and our former friend taken into custody. All right, let's look at this carefully. See if there are any clues here. I mean, it's clear it's not him, because why would he keep all these keepsakes of his victims? That's not the kind, even if he was an sort of unwilling vampire, he wouldn't be keeping keepsakes. That's definitely someone trying to frame him. I was led to his cell at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and given a seat on a bench just outside the bars. Under no circumstances would the guard open the cell and allow me unsupervised access. Of course, I heartily agreed with such precautions, though I didn't voice my view. If the man truly had vampiric abilities, he could have killed me in a heartbeat. Yet I must admit that when I was placed before Jonathan, I felt not fear but a twinge of shame. Though I had played only a peripheral role in the events that brought him to this ignominious end, I nevertheless felt responsible. "Hello," he greeted me sadly. He sat on a small stool. The hardly touched remains of a jailhouse meal languishing on a tin plate nearby. He was dressed in plain dark pants and a somewhat begrimed white shirt. Guess they were the same clothes he'd worn since his arrest. "How is Mina?" he asked. How is my son?" "They are getting along as well as can be expected," I replied. "How are you?" Jonathan waved his right hand at his surroundings. "The accommodations are somewhat lacking, but I'm told my chances of a long stay are almost nil. Apparently, I'm bound for the gallows after my trial, of course." I smiled in spite of myself. "I have been asked by the authorities to assess your mental state," I explained. "Will you speak with me?" "I always have time for friends. What would you like to know?" "Did you do it?" I queried. "How can you even ask?" he said, his voice becoming truly animated for the first time. "How could you even imagine me capable of such things?" "I need no imagination," I said. "You forget that I watched dear Lucy, one of the sweetest beings ever to walk this earth, rise from the grave and contrive to take other human beings, even children, to slake her bloodlust." "Are you accusing me of vampirism?" Jonathan responded. "More likely that I was simply insane. How at this late date could I suddenly succumb to that terrible condition?" I told him of Van Helsing's theory, though I didn't mention his name. He's like, "Oh, I didn't think you did it," but Van Helsing over here, he was convinced it's you. He's trying not to take the blame, even though he thought of it first. "Someone bitten but not killed might become a half-breed, able to walk in daylight, but at night equipped with some share of the vampire's abilities. Great strength and ability, the ability to change into mist or bat or a wolf, and most importantly, the overwhelming desire to drink human blood." I believe it might be possible for someone who was bitten only once to, perhaps over the course of years, fall prey to the vampire's curse, I said. And that might explain the long lapse between Dracula's death and current developments. "Do you truly believe that?" asked Jonathan. "I don't know what I believe," I replied. "Well, this entire discussion is moot in my case," he reasoned. "I was never bitten." I mentioned the missing chapter from Dracula, the one that Dr. Morrigan with such trouble had managed to obtain. Then I asked for what possible reason he would keep it secret, except to mask some sort of attack. Jonathan, once he got past the shock of having such a private matter become common knowledge, rallied quickly. "I never told anyone because I didn't want to alarm my wife," he said, "but there's more. I didn't share it because I believe it needlessly highlights a character failing of mine." "I see, and what would that be?" Jonathan suddenly, unexpectedly smiled. "Stupidity," he said, laughing. "Stupidity of the lowest order. I was attacked in the middle of a blizzard by vampires, had my life saved by, of all things, a giant wolf, and the next day brushed myself off, packed my bags, and headed straight for the lair of the king. king of the undead, in spite of the warnings of quite literally every single person I met along the way. I laughed too, despite the dire situation. Yeah, your actions did seem a bit naive. But then you never impressed me as being a great intellect. You're one of those fellows who gets by on looks and charm, I guess. Yeah, judging by appearances, you rely solely on intellect, Jonathan shot back. Our laughter once more echoed off the cold stone walls. So, what will you tell the police? Jonathan said. I think I will tell them whatever you want me to tell them, I said. If you want me to say you're mad and not responsible for your actions, I'll do it. Might even save your life. You could land in an asylum rather than in prison. Perhaps even mine, under my care. Don't say any such thing, was his manful reply. I am no more mad than I am a vampire. I will go to my death with dignity, and I will protest my innocence on the gallows itself. And when you see that my dead body doesn't rise, you at least will understand my innocence. Perhaps then you can devote yourself to finding the architect of my destruction, someone who might also have designs on my family once I'm gone. And that is what I shall do, I replied solemnly. I suppose things could still be worse, Jonathan continued. The police accuse me of many things, but not of being Nosferatu. To them, I'm a mere criminal, different from the common pickpocket or drunken brawler only by degree. That business in those notes from the Ledford girl, may God rest her soul, accusing me of turning into a wolf, was simply ignored. Yes, that's entirely understandable on their part, I concurred. As for me, I will make no attempt to enlighten them. Is there anything else I can do? Well, just one more thing, Jonathan added. I want you to play a game with me. A game? It won't take long. It's a game of probabilities. I want you to set aside the fact that I am now imprisoned for various heinous crimes thanks to a mountain of seemingly irrefutable physical evidence. Can you do that? I will try. Jonathan smiled. Very good. Now let me ask you, what if I didn't do it? What if, as the Americans say, I was framed? I would very much like to believe that. All right, and let me ask you this. If it wasn't I who did these things, who might it be? Who else might be the criminal, and why would he seek to destroy me by implicating me for his crimes? Well, I suppose the most obvious motive would be to divert suspicion from himself, I posited. In such a scenario, your personal destruction would be out beside the point. It would be nothing personal. Very good, Jonathan agreed, nodding. Very good. But this feels personal. The individual, whoever he is, planned my downfall for well nigh 2 years. When that first man was murdered out in the countryside so many months ago, the killer took care to remove a souvenir from this person. I believe it was some sort of campaign ribbon from his military service in the Far East. Then he set it aside to use against me, and every 2 months afterwards, he took another victim and did the same thing. So he's saying someone has been planning this frame up for a long time, and here he is explaining that. I almost fell asleep for a second. All right, it's time for our break, our 1 hour break. I'll talk to you in 8 minutes. Okay, I'm trying to drink some Diet Coke and get myself woken up. I feel like the vampires are trying to hypnotize me. So let's catch up in the chat. I feel like we're getting some theories here. In the comments, you can see I say Shay said something brilliant, but it's scrolled off your screen so you can get a chance to see it. And I just want to point it out in case the other people in the chat missed it too. Our guy Stewart is goes back through his old records, right? And he's going through Renfield's diary. Renfield is completely insane. But he notices a statement that Renfield wrote about that seems odd to him. Because he was thinking about that line about the girl tries to kill him, says, "I'm going to make you a fitting gift for the master." And when he hears her say that, afterwards, after he recovers, he says, "That sounds a little bit familiar." Now he's reading through Renfield's notes, and he reads the note that Renfield wrote in his journal that said, "He demands a sacrifice to prove my devotion. I will give him the most fitting. I will give him my own blood." And our guy Stewart says, "That's weird." He says, "I mulled over the words carefully. His blood. He didn't give Dracula a drop of his own blood. I would swear to it in court. The man never showed any signs of anemia or physical difficulty, nor telltale neck wounds. Yet those sentences haunted me. I knew they must hold some significance, but my mind was so addled by fatigue that I could make no headway. Perhaps I wondered the only thing I needed was some rest." Okay. What Shay pointed out was that statement, "I gave him my blood," he's saying I gave him my daughter. I gave him my daughter, my blood and bones, my daughter. So Renfield gave Dracula his daughter. On Renfield's death certificate, we can see he had an estranged wife, name unknown, daughter Barbara, and he may blame John Seward for all his troubles. So I think the daughter wants revenge on us. So he had a daughter, Barbara. This guy died 1897. Renfield died 1897. Now, who is Barbara, the daughter? Well, you'll remember that we have a girl that was assaulted. Her name is Barbara Coopersmith. She was aged 11, bitten on the neck and attacked. She came up, possible lunatic. She came up when Stewart was talking about cases in the newspaper that makes him think there's a vampire still around. Now, let's get those timelines right. When are we told about this girl? This girl, Barbara. When are we told about her? He came into possession of an old edition of the Gazette that cast some light on Dracula's activity at the beginning of his English rampage. The brief article concerns a young girl who was attacked and bitten by a man who was all dark. These aren't current day. These are an older edition. So I think what we're getting here is while Dracula was in town, courting Mina and everything, Renfield gave his daughter to Dracula. And Anna says, on the girl's photo, that's what our doctor remembered, the fit offering. The sleepwalking girl used the same phrase about him. Oh, did she actually say that? Let's read that. So he finds the article, the older article about this girl who was attacked and bitten by a man who was all dark. She stated to reporters that she didn't mean that the man had dark complexion. Part of the night. You got the photograph. Please note the comments typed on the back and the neck bandage. The girl survived this lone assault and moved with her mother to parts unknown. But there might have been others. Oh boy, she moved with her mother. This is Renfield's daughter. Subject said attacker, before biting her neck, smiled and called her a fit offering. Oh, it actually says a fit offering right there. So yeah, Barbara Cooper Smith. I mean, you could say the coincidence is just that Dracula always uses the term fit offering, but we know better. She was 11, so let's make a note of that. She was 11 around the year of 1905, we think then. Or, sorry, 1897. All right, let's write that down. She was 11 years old in 1897. All right, let's just make a note of that. Barbara Cooper Smith, age 11, on or about the year 1897. And the reason we get this year 1897 is that's when the original Dracula story was, and that's when Renfield died. And was killed by Dracula, who was in London at the time or whatever. Okay, and then Anna pointed out something that we should probably take a note of in case it's important for us, was the newspaper article about our wonderful doctor. Her name is Dolores Morrigan. All in their early 20s and unmarried. Okay, so let's see if that date lines up. Dolores Morrigan, I don't think it does. Dolores Morrigan in her early 20s in 1905. So that would be 8 years beyond 1897. If we put her at 20 years old, let's say Dolores is 20 years old, that would have made her 12 years old. Okay, I guess she could have been 12, right? So if she's Barbara, then 12 years old. Is that consistent? Is that a photograph of a 12-year-old girl? Are we told her age explicitly? Age 11. Yep, that's it. All right, that's it. Oh, that's sad. I really like that Dr. Morgan. She seemed like a keeper. Well, she could still win in the end. All right, well, let's get back to our story. I guess. She did look like Barbara too, though. And she had the thing around her neck. All right. Okay. Shall we get back to it? Anyone else have anything more to say before we... So she wants revenge on all of them. Yeah, I think that's right. It's not just him, it's all of them. Could be revenge for Dracula. Or revenge for Renfield, but she probably has a special... It's interesting that we might want to reread her newspaper thing. Now it makes sense why she wants to go into studying hysteria, right? Because that's how her dad was locked up. And she probably has a little bit of lunatic stuff in her blood too, genetically. But also because of her father, it would make her curious to study that kind of stuff. But she seems so good and smart. And she likes keeping memorabilia. Maybe that's why she wants to keep all these little snippets of the case. All right, let's keep going. So he's pointing out to us that whoever did this has been working on this for a while because they've kept mementos from all these killings. Then he set it aside to use against me, and every 2 months afterwards, he took another victim and did the same thing. Now, we don't have a theory for the 2-month cycle. Let's keep thinking about that, especially from from the doctor's standpoint, if anything about the 2 months makes sense. Every 2 months afterwards, he took another victim and did the same thing. The malice necessary to drive such a bloody and time-consuming scheme must be almost inhuman, I finished. Oh, your words, not mine. So you put no stock in the idea of a half-breed vampire, I countered. It would explain a great deal. The condition of the victims, for one. I studied all the cases carefully, and damage done to their persons would have required superhuman strength. In addition, their wounds suggested an attack by a wolf, one of Dracula's favorite guises. But most damning is the general lack of blood. And as for this scheme requiring inhuman malice, well, we both know the living dead possess that in ample quantities. The doctor is walking around in daylight, though, so can't be a full vampire, right? There is one other thing. The girl who died in my care was possessed in exactly the same way as Mina was while held in thrall by Dracula. I would wager my life on it. Jonathan sighed and slumped his shoulders. Since you have so kindly agreed to entertain the possibility of my innocence, I will entertain the idea that there might be a vampire or half-vampire afoot. It would certainly explain a great many things. Such a creature could easily have entered my home and placed those items in my study. And as for that business of a wolf around the manor, I heard it too, John. Many times. But I never spoke about it to anyone, including Mina. It would have terrified her. But why would such a creature be so interested in you? Of what use could your downfall be to it? I don't know, Jonathan conceded reluctantly. Perhaps it was made by Dracula, and now for some reason it wants revenge against those who slew its father. I admit it seems far-fetched, but we know I think the father's Renfield. I admit it seems far-fetched. The only person I could imagine subscribing to such motives is that lunatic Renfield. I started a bit to hear that name spoken aloud. Yes, I said, I could certainly imagine him bearing such an infernal grudge, but he is undeniably permanently dead. I examined his body post-mortem and witnessed his funeral. Jonathan closed his eyes and rubbed his temple. This business with the half-breed vampires, it's Van Helsing's idea, isn't it? Yes, I said. Of course, but I ask, have you ever heard of a case in which something like this happened? No, I replied. Then why would it happen here now? You propose someone who was once bitten could carry forever the seed of the vampire's evil in his blood, and that, like some tropical disease, it would grow and grow until it finally overpowered its host. That host might not be a full vampire, but come nightfall he would acquire the powers of the undead, along with their fiendish appetites. Well, that's what we propose, although, as you point out, I don't know why it would happen here. Perhaps an attack from Dracula would be particularly virulent, like the virulent strain in Pandemic. My poor wife was bitten more than once, Jonathan continued. To this day, she endures terrible nightmares, but she's the same person she was before the attacks. No blood-borne evil managed to make the slightest headway against her. And why do you think that is? I asked. Because she wouldn't allow it. Suddenly, something occurred to me. Perhaps, and I speak theoretically, of course, perhaps all that is needed to resist this disease is the will to do so. Your wife possesses it, as would almost anyone in her place, who, after all, would desire to sleep in graves, survive by murder, and become estranged to daylight. Perhaps someone who covets immortality, Jonathan rejoined, or the chance to indulge his murderous desires with impunity. If someone like that were bitten, he might not resist the alien impulses firing his blood. Perhaps he would welcome them, and in welcoming them, he would give them the power they require to change their host utterly. Let me see in the chat what's happening here. Dracula killed Renfield, so why revenge? That's an interesting point. It said Renfield lost his nerve and Dracula crushed his skull. That's a good point. But then it makes sense if the daughter blames us rather than working on Dracula's behalf. And it says, that's why I think the girl sees Dracula as her real father. Okay, that's possible too. Okay, that's possible. Logan, what if it's for Barbara's mother? Her life would be ruined with the husband locked away. So it could be revenge for Renfield, or the girl could have been given over to Dracula early on. That's possible. And so she views Dracula as her father. But Dracula is dead. Okay. Let's continue. He's saying if the person gave themselves willingly over to the evilness, that would explain why Mina didn't change. So he says, what sort of madman? I began, then stopped abruptly. Jonathan and I stared at each other in silence for a moment. Are you sure, I mean absolutely sure, that Renfield is dead? He finally asked. Dracula murdered him with his own hands, he said. He wasn't bitten. There were no marks on his neck. Where is it written that the wounds must be on the neck? Jonathan replied. Was he checked carefully before burial? I tried to remember. Had I inspected the body for such things? Or did I merely catalog the garish injuries that took his life? I couldn't recall. Perhaps the mark of the vampire was somewhere else on his person. It was possible. It's immaterial, I concluded. He was a mass of broken bones, and in life never displayed the anemia and sickness of someone under vampiric assault. Sometimes he was lethargic, but that was always followed by bursts of frenzied energy. Which made me think about the young girl murdered at my asylum. I would have sworn she was at death's door from blood loss, yet she sprang at me with the strength and speed of a tigress. And there was that damnable journal quote, "I will give him my own blood." Jonathan watched the doubts flicker across my face. I ask you again, John, are you sure enough to wager my life on it, that Renfield is really dead and that his earthly remains reside safely in his grave? He was horribly maimed, I reasoned, as much to myself as my companion. Even if he were a vampire, possessed of all that creature's regenerative powers, it must have taken him years to overcome grievous injuries such as the ones inflicted by Dracula. Well, approximately a decade, I would guess, Jonathan said. I offered no response. The American system of jurisprudence is founded on a principle called reasonable doubt, he continued. In essence, it states that no man should be convicted of a crime if a reasonable man could, based on the evidence, doubt his guilt. I think our little game has instilled that in you. Now you must decide what your next step will be. It's interesting that they're working through, in a serious way, the idea that Renfield could have turned into a vampire and be alive. But our theory is much better. This is just a distraction, but I like how the two of them are engaged in this sort of scientific debate about whether it could be Renfield. Not true, I said. I've always doubted your guilt, my friend. This conversation only served to highlight my misgivings. What will you do now? Well, I'll check Renfield's grave. He's buried on the asylum property along with other inmates whose remains weren't claimed by family members. I'll take a couple of men. No, that would be too difficult to explain. I'll do it myself. But I must tell you, just as I doubt your guilt, I doubt even more strongly that Renfield survives and is responsible for these crimes. Something about it is just too far-fetched, asked Jonathan, smiling. Considering the things we've said and done, I would think you'd retire that word from your vocabulary. But thank you for believing in me. I appreciate it more than you can know. Even if the Renfield theory comes to naught, I can take comfort in the fact that a good friend labors on my behalf. That you can, I assured him warmly, that you can. I left his company just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ideally, I would have liked to have studied Renfield's grave immediately, surrounded by the fullness of daylight, but it was not to be. I had many duties to attend to. Also, the inmate graveyard, though located some distance from the main building, was in plain sight of a well-traveled road, not to mention the asylum itself. The impossible-to-explain spectacle of me opening an old grave would not pass unnoticed. Lastly, I couldn't seem to free myself from Dr. Morrigan, who wanted to hear all about my interview with Jonathan. I bet she did. He's been telling us that he's slightly hypnotized when he looks in her eyes anyway, how he confesses stuff to her without even wanting to. I allowed that I thought him sane and able to stand trial, which seemed to satisfy her. The rest I kept to myself. It is now just after 5 o'clock. The dying sun gleams weakly just above the horizon. I have procured a shovel and a strong lantern filled with plenty of fuel. I must perform this task under cover of darkness in spite of the possible danger. I do not think I will encounter the dreaded half-breed, but in the event, I will bring along an item that may assist me. I'm off to the graveyard. I will record my findings as soon as I return. Dracula's Heir is the name of this book. Let's not forget. Okay. We're on page 64 now. There's 80 pages total before we get to the solution. October 25th. It's been a week since my last entry. Wow, a week. This lapse was unavoidable given my physical and mental state. Only today was I finally discharged from the hospital. Uh-oh, what happened? Where it was impossible to write freely about the circumstances that placed me there. The story I gave the authorities concerning those events diverges dramatically from reality, which I fear would have been quite beyond their understanding. Only here in the privacy of these pages can the unalloyed truth about this miserable affair be told. Now, to begin where I left off. It was the evening of October 18th. As soon as the sun disappeared below the horizon, I took up my shovel and lantern. I left the asylum as quietly as possible so as not to attract notice and questions. I walked directly to the graveyard. The journey gave me time to contemplate the distasteful task before me. The exhumation of the body of a long-dead madman. Something just occurred to me that's worth noting. Dr. Morrigan says to us that she remembers a scene where the girl was staring at the note. And that's her excuse for how Dracula knew to kill the servant, right? Because she says, Dracula discovered that the servant passed us a note because he was looking through the eyes of the girl in her office when she had left the note out. But we know now, we suspect now, but nothing of the sort happened. She saw the note along with us when we showed it to her. And so she went and killed the servant. And then she made up this story that Dracula saw it through the eyes of the girl. That doctor. That's how they get you. They charm you. She's pretty clever. You might want to reread that newspaper article and see if there's more about her we can glean in case we need to use it against her. Okay, now to begin where I left off. All right. He went to dig up the body. It seemed a fool's errand, but I had promised my friend Jonathan Harker that I would make certain of Renfield's death. Considering his desperate circumstances and my part, albeit second-hand, in bringing them about, honoring his request seemed the least I could do. But as I headed out into the gloaming, cognizant of the chance that a madman or vampire or some combination of the two could await me, it seemed like a very large favor indeed. It didn't help that I would undertake my strange work within sight of Dracula's old lair, the ruined Carfax Abbey. I steeled myself for whatever was to come. When finally I reached the graveyard, I found it as I had remembered it, overgrown, seldom visited, falling into decay. It took but a cursory examination to find the simple stone marker above the spot where Renfield lay. But as I studied the name on the stone, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The cemetery was overrun with tall, unkempt grass, except over Renfield's grave. There the soil was naked and recently turned. I instinctively looked around, shining my lantern at my forbidding surroundings. The fear of being detected by some innocent passerby was suddenly very far from my mind. When I satisfied myself that I was alone, I took up my shovel and stabbed it into the dirt. Even though the evidence seemed to show that my worst fears were real, I had to confirm them. It seemed to take an eternity for me to reach the coffin. When my shovel finally struck the lid, my hands were blistered and my breath ragged from exertion. It was all I could do to pry the rotting boards away, and when I did, I found nothing. Nothing but an empty box. The contents had been removed, or perhaps they had removed themselves. Suddenly I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. Some part of me seemed to know that I was being watched. Someone or something was standing on the rim of the freshly violated grave, witnessing my macabre task. "Dr. Seward," came a feminine voice. I looked up and saw, to my unspeakable relief, Dr. Morrigan staring down at me. I was happy that the darkness concealed her expression, which I could only imagine. "Hello," I called. "Whatever are you doing here?" "I was about to ask you the same thing," she said. "One of the orderlies said he saw you leave with a shovel, heading in this direction." "What is this all about?" "Well, it's something rather embarrassing, but necessary," I said. "Would you please give me your hand so that I may get out of here?" "Of course," Dr. Morrigan said. She got down on her knees, reached down to me, and helped me steady myself as I clambered out of the hole with as much dignity as I could muster. "So, what is the meaning of all this?" she asked again, more insistently. Exhausted from my exertion, I sat down on Renfield's grave marker. Oh, I'm sure she's going to love that. The lantern must have shed some incidental light on the stone because Dr. Morrigan was able to make out the name. "Good God, did that fiend Harker somehow convince you that Renfield was a vampire?" she demanded. "Is this what this is all about? This is madness. When will you accept facts and see that creature for what it is? The man you knew is no longer. In his place is a beast that uses his knowledge of you for his own purposes and plays on your good nature." "Dr. Morrigan," I declared, "there's no one in this grave." "What?" she asked, shocked. Yeah, I'll bet she's shocked. And here he is, having found the empty grave. The empty coffin. Nothing but an empty box. The contents had been removed. "Harker, just as you suspected, thought Renfield might be the killer and asked me to make sure he was still properly interred," I continued. "I accomplished that just before you arrived. His coffin remains, but he is gone." Dr. Morrigan seemed utterly at a loss. "Grave robbers," she finally proffered. "His body might have been stolen by grave robbers." "Yeah, or Jonathan Harker could be innocent and Renfield could be the undead murderer we seek." Again, Dr. Morrigan fell quiet. "I fear you might have to yield up Harker," I continued. "This evidence may point us in another direction." "Would you quiet?" Dr. Morrigan hissed. "Pardon me?" "There's someone over there," she whispered while gazing in the direction of Carfax Abbey. "I saw a figure just a moment ago. It was watching us. Then, when I spotted it, it moved toward the Abbey entrance." "Are you sure?" I said. "It's so blasted dark out there. How can you—" But before I could say another word, Dr. Morrigan snatched up my lantern and ran off into the night toward the ruined sanctuary. I was horrified, to say the least. Granted, she'd visited the Abbey many times in the daylight, but night was another matter altogether. Even if there were no vampire afoot, the old structure was still dangerous. And there was a vampire afoot. I knew it now, a vampire by the name of Renfield. "Dr. Morrigan," I shouted, "stop! Stop this instant!" But she didn't stop. Her form rapidly vanished into the enveloping darkness. Soon all I could make out was the bobbing lantern in her hand. Feeling I had no choice, I grabbed my heavy shovel and took off in pursuit. Without the lantern, I stumbled repeatedly on the uneven ground. Finally, I gained the Abbey's massive front doors, one of which had been pushed open just far enough for a person to squeeze through. I looked inside and saw nothing but cloying black. "Dr. Morrigan," I shouted, "are you there?" "I'm here," came the disheartening, distant reply. "Come and see what I've found." Ugh. I squeezed through the door and followed. I happened to carry a box of matches, and as I walked, I struck one. The light was wholly inadequate to illuminate my surroundings, but just sufficient to keep me from tumbling headlong over the stacks of rubble that were seemingly everywhere. Finally, I came to a flight of stairs, at the end of which I thought I detected the faintest hint of illumination. "I'm down here," Dr. Morrigan's voice. "Hurry." This is not going to end well. You know she is going to be fully vampiric when he runs into her. Lighting another match, I blundered down the long flight of stone steps, finally alighting in what once must have been an underground storage area, though I must admit that the dustiness and dank smell reminded me more of a tomb. I had no idea how right I was until I rounded a corner and found Dr. Morrigan, illuminated by the lantern and also by several large candles scattered around a small, windowless room. "Look," she said as I approached, "look at this." The sight froze my blood. The space was perhaps 20 feet square. On one side was the door by which I had entered, and on the opposite, blank stone. But on both sides of me, flanking the other two walls, were two large wooden coffins. I recognized them instantly as being part of the hoard of such boxes that Dracula had shipped from his ancestral home. He had hid them in numerous locations and thus was always assured of a place of refuge should he be caught abroad at dawn. I thought we had destroyed them all 10 years ago. Clearly we had missed some. Oh my God, I sputtered. My throat went utterly dry. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "Dolores, come away from here. We are in the very den of evil. We must get help and return in the daylight in order to deal with what works here." "Oh, it's all right," she said. She seemed enthralled by the two boxes. Moving to the one pushed hard against the left wall, she pulled back the rotting cover, which fell to the floor with a frightening clatter. "For both of our sakes, woman, be quiet," I whispered. "There's no telling what could have heard that racket." "Nothing in this one," Dr. Morrigan stated matter-of-factly. "But I'll bet the creature you seek gets regular use out of it. Perhaps this is where Gabriella Hartman was kept. Let's have a look inside the other box." Before I could say a word, she walked to the right side of the chamber and opened the other coffin. "Oh, I believe I found your friend Renfield," she said. For a moment, I simply couldn't move. We must go. We must." Dr. Morrigan didn't seem to hear me. Instead, she leaned over the coffin and studied its contents. "I don't think he's much of a threat," she finally said. "Come see." Willing myself to make my trembling legs move, I walked the several paces to the box and looked in. And there, to my horror, I saw the long ago interred face of the madman himself. But it was not the visage I dreaded. Though it was undeniably his body, it was in no way alive. It was a moldering corpse with thin, brown, desiccated skin drawn tight over the skull. Clearly, he hadn't come here under his own power. Someone or something had moved him. I don't understand, I said. I don't understand any of this. Well, I think I do, Dr. Morgan announced. It all makes sense now. Do you remember the search you asked me to make of old newspapers from the time of Dracula's rampage? I rummaged through mountains of newsprint for stories about people. Did you catch that picture? Did we skip something? Oh, she rummaged through the newspaper for stories of people who might perhaps have been bitten. In the end, I found only one, remember? Yeah, of course, I said, unable to tear my eyes away from Renfield's rotted visage. It was that girl. Her name was Barbara Coopersmith, Dr. Morgan said. I even found that depressing post-attack photograph of her. You never determined what became of her, correct? Yeah, correct, I said, but I gathered her mother moved her away, far away. Are you saying she's behind all this? What about your belief in the guilt of Jonathan Harker? Well, obviously incorrect. Look around you. Someone lit all these candles. Someone who was just here. Now, unless Mr. Harker broke out a gal in the last couple hours, it wasn't him. I think that poor soul is just what he seems to be. A pathetic, near invalid who couldn't hurt a flea even if he wanted to. We must leave this place, I implored. We're in terrible danger. Well, hear me out first, Dr. Morgan responded. Perhaps, as you and Van Helsing surmised, the girl was bitten by Dracula but survived. And over the years, as she grew, the disease in her blood began to take hold. She discovered she could do things, experience things impossible for mortals even to imagine. But there was a price. The bloodlust assailed her with increasing fury. At first it could be ignored, but as she approached adulthood, she could no longer deny it. Indeed, she didn't want to, because she had grown to believe that becoming a vampire, or half-vampire, was her destiny. Okay, I'll entertain that possibility, I conceded, but why would she come to Whitby? Of what interest could this place be to her? Well, perhaps as she changed, she began to identify more and more strongly with the being who bestowed her gifts upon her, Dr. Morgan continued excitedly. Perhaps she saw Dracula as a father figure of sorts, and when she reached adulthood, she decided to avenge his death by striking down those who killed him. That's madness, I said, dismissing Dr. Morgan's words with a wave of my hand. How could you possibly leap to such a conclusion? How could you not? She asked. The clues were right in front of you. I put most of them there. How could you not know, especially when the truth was quite literally staring you in the face? There was something strange in her voice that startled me. I tore my eyes away from Renfield and looked at her. Her visage, illuminated by flickering candlelight, seemed somehow different. Something had changed. Then I realized the horror before me. Her lips were pulled back in a grim, mirthless smile, a smile that exposed her abnormally long, sharp teeth. Before I could say or do anything, Dr. Morgan struck me in the chest with such power that I flew backward through the air. I hit the crypt's rear wall with stunning force, then slid to the ground in a heap. Through blurred eyes, I saw her sit down on the edge of Renfield's coffin and fuss for a moment with the corpse. I believe, God help me, she was smoothing its hair. Well, you were a fair psychiatrist, but a perfectly miserable investigator, she mused aloud without looking at me. I took a sort of perverse delight in laying out all the evidence before you, then watching you struggle and fail to put it all together. Well, too late now. I'm afraid your detective days will end this evening, but first let me explain this mystery that you were so abjectly unable to solve. And look at Dr. Morrigan now. Over the coffin of her father. Her visage, illuminated by flickering candlelight, seemed somehow different. How did we get ourselves into such a predicament? All right, a mystery that we were unable to fathom. For years, I was called Barbara Coopersmith, as we guessed. One night, a decade ago, a dark man came to me. She still hasn't admitted that she's the daughter, but we're going to find out she is. One night, a decade ago, a dark man came to me outside my mother's home and bit me on the neck. He called me a fit offering. I remember thinking, as I lost consciousness while he drained the life force out of me, that it was a very strange thing to say. Don't you think so? Yes, I replied as I clambered painfully to my feet. My right ankle was broken, as were several of my ribs. I could barely draw breath for the pain. Please continue. Well, later that night, I was found lying in the street unconscious. I was taken to a doctor and treated, and a police report was filed, and that was the end of it. I grew up and went to medical school in London, graduated at the top of my class, but of course there were other things going on too. I learned that at night I could see peculiarly well, that I was strong, much stronger than any man I knew. Later I discovered that I could change my shape, and then slowly I became aware that I needed blood. Not always like a full-blooded vampire, but regularly, say every couple of months. Otherwise, the lust becomes too strong, and I might be driven to do something foolish, such as, say, striking down the first person I see. Instead, I try to find some vagrant whom no one will miss, or someone whose death I can make appear accidental. Either way, if you'd care to investigate, you would have found a string of unsolved killings in the London area that coincided exactly with my term at university. Remember that newspaper article about my graduation from medical school? I believe there was a notice of one of my nocturnal adventures on the very next page. After school, I came to Whitby, where I arranged an interview with a certain blind fool named John Seward, and secured a position at his asylum. In time, you came to rely on my administrative skills, and even to entertain the thought of perhaps starting a romantic relationship with me. Which, by the way, is not going to happen. Oh, indeed not. Indeed not. Morrigan's face darkened again. Once on the staff, I plotted my revenge against all who had a hand in slaying my benefactor. I decided to eliminate Harker first. Why not just kill him first, I asked. Why this elaborate ruse? Well, because I want to inflict maximum suffering on all of you, Morrigan retorted with a sneer. Harker is a typical nouveau riche, status-conscious prig. I decided that the tawdry shame of a trial would hurt him far more than any torture I could inflict. So whenever I took a victim, I made sure to collect a souvenir. Common practice among some habitual killers that even the ridiculous bumpkins who pass for legal authorities in this region couldn't fail to recognize. Then I spent a great deal of time roaming the grounds of the Harker residence, frightening the help. That serving girl, to whom I'd paid special attention, performed magnificently when I mentioned Black Shuck during the dinner party. Really, I couldn't have asked for more. It's funny that she mentioned it. Now we see, yes, it was Morrigan who mentioned that. How did you get her to write the notes? I asked. God, there is no end to your idiocy, Morrigan replied with disdain. I wrote them both myself. The first I placed in your pocket during the coach ride home. The second I left on the girl after I kidnapped her, drained her blood, and tore her to pieces. Then I planted the box of evidence in Harker's library. It was a very full night, since I also had to quickly return to the asylum and deal with Gabriella. But how did you accomplish all that? You somehow crept away from the asylum to kill the Harker's servant at sunset, then returned to slay the Hartman girl slightly after 7 o'clock in the evening. Yet Dr. Hennessy said he'd seen you at your desk all afternoon. Ah, my master touch, the fiend replied. Remember, I left instructions for no one to enter the girl's room. That was because no one was there. Before I left to kill the Harker's wench, I dressed Gabriella in some of my own clothes, left her semi-comatose at my desk with the door cracked open just enough so that passerbys would ascertain that the room was occupied, but nothing more. Then, when I returned, I put her back in her hospital garb, quietly escorted to her room, ripped out the window, broke her neck, and screamed for help. I shook my head in disgust. But to what end? Why did you feel it necessary to take the child's life? Only to further reinforce in your tiny mind the idea that Jonathan Harker was a vampire. As you probably now realize, your conversation with Gabriella was all my doing. I wouldn't even call it mind control, more like ventriloquism, actually. Having her attack you was just a final touch, a bit of showmanship, you might even say. Then, when the constable finally arrived, I didn't have to say a word. You implicated your friend all by yourself. I just waited while you, my cat's paw, did the work. Oh, you're nothing but an animal, I spat. You're worse than a vampire. Those creatures have no choice to commit their horrendous crimes. You could have turned away. But you wanted this. You're as mad as Renfield ever was. Maybe that's why you brought him here. He's the only sympathetic audience you could find for your insane schemes. Tell me, fiend, how many flies and spiders and birds have you consumed? The heat of Morrigan's rage seemed to consume her. The demon's features melted and shifted like molten wax. I'll see Harker die on the gallows, she snarled in a guttural, inhuman voice. Then I'll slay Mina in the same clever, untraceable way. And next I'll kill Arthur Holmwood, that landed titled twit who wanted to marry Lucy Westenra. And then I'll cross the channel and take the life of Abraham Van Helsing. Each one will suffer at length, and each, before they finally die, will understand the nature and the bitter consequences of their crimes. And you, having proved such a useful stooge, were to be last. But in light of this evening's events, that must change. I think perhaps you will simply disappear. Maybe I'll keep you in this empty box next to your former patient. I rather enjoy taking souvenirs of my work, and you'll make an excellent trophy. The moment of truth was at hand. I was a fool, I admitted. I thought so much of you that even when the evidence of your evil was laid before me, I refused to see it. But I'm not as big an idiot as you think. On the night of Gabriella Hartman's death, you repeated what she said about being a fit offering. But you were out of the room when she said it. Either you possess supernatural hearing, or you were the one manipulating her words. so I came prepared. I reached inside my jacket, getting ready to haul out some potent charm, Morrigan said mockingly. Maybe garlic, or a crucifix, or holy water, or a consecrated host? Don't bother. One of the benefits of my hybrid state is none of the usual vampiric banes work against me. I found what I sought in my jacket and placed my hand firmly upon it. Well, we shall see, Dr. Morrigan. In a transformation as rapid as it is impossible to adequately describe, Morrigan leapt at me with supernatural speed. Then in mid-flight, her entire shape changed into that of a black wolf. The beast flew through the air with fangs bared. I had just enough time to bring out my charm, a heavy army-style revolver. I squeezed the trigger 3 times, the report from the rounds nearly deafening me as they reverberated off the stone walls. At least one bullet struck home. The wolf thing let out a high-pitched yelp and instead of striking me, crumpled and crashed into the wall. The beast, wounded and enraged, quickly rose. I had enough time to snatch up my lantern and throw it with all the strength of desperation. It hit the floor just in front of the beast that had been Morrigan, spewing fuel on the creature's coat and igniting it. The wolf thing was instantly ablaze, screaming in a voice that was half human, half animal. It hurtled out of the crypt and up the stairs. By the time I hobbled painfully up the Abbey's main level, it was long gone. The only remaining trace was the acrid scent of burning hair and flesh. That was 1 week ago. I made my way slowly back to the asylum and contacted the authorities. During my convalescence, I gave the police what I considered a believable story. That Dr. Dolores Morrigan was a murderous maniac who bore some sort of unrequited love for Jonathan Harker. When she realized her desires would never be fulfilled, she created an elaborate plan to frame him for a series of murders that she in fact committed. A search of her quarters seemed to corroborate my tale. Certain of her papers alluded to her scheme, but even more horribly it was discovered that she had taken other souvenirs from her victims, souvenirs of flesh. But the less said of those, the better. So now I am better, or rather healed in a body. My spirit is another matter. Morrigan was right about one thing. I was an utter fool. But I will never make such a mistake again. From now on, I will watch all the more carefully, and I will never trust anyone again. I fear that my vigil may never end. It goes without saying that no trace of that woman was ever found. In taking along a revolver, I gambled with the notion, just as she enjoyed some advantages over full-blooded vampires, such as the ability to walk in the light, she must also have some weaknesses vis-a-vis the monstrous creatures, perhaps even a vulnerability to mundane human weapons. That proved to be the case. But would a bullet and severe burns be enough to destroy her utterly? Because of the lack of physical evidence to the contrary, I must say no. The fact that she survived wounds that would have instantly killed the typical mortal is by itself reason to doubt. The police search continues, but it will come to naught. The fiend changed from a woman to a wolf before my eyes. How difficult would it be for her to assume a new identity? She's done it before. I have no doubt she's done it again. So I will keep vigil to the end of my days. And, speaking of changes in identity, the Harkers have decided to effect one of their own. Shortly after Jonathan was released from prison, the couple came to the hospital to thank me for solving the case. I took the opportunity to inform them of the true state of events. Mina and Jonathan listened in horror. Not a day later came word that they planned to leave England for a tour of the world, a tour from which, based on a note I received from Mina, I believe they will never return. I received it along with a business card from our friend Arthur, whom they placed in charge of their affairs in their absence. And here is a full-page picture of the scene where she turned into a wolf and leapt at him. He's got his broken ankle. He can barely stand, but he manages to get off a shot on her. And then throws the lantern full of fuel at her. All right, so that was page 77, the final page here. What's happening? We got a little bit more, it seems. So, oh, here's the note from the Harkers, I say. Let's read the note from the Harkers. He says he got a note from the Harkers and he thinks they're never coming back. Goodbye, old friend. We owe you everything. We will never meet again. We go across the water to start a new life with a new name. Hopefully, evil will not follow. With warmest regards and great gratitude, Mina. Nice card. Okay. So, that is that. Arthur, who assumed the title of Lord Godalming during the time of troubles with Dracula, is the only tenuous connection between myself and my old friends. Now I'm left alone to contemplate the creature's bizarre motives. Why did she hold such a venom for people she barely knew? Where is she now? And most curious of all, why was she so interested in Renfield? I fear I will never find answers to any of these troubling questions. I'll spend my life on guard against her return, but for us mortals, strength and vigor fade. What will happen, I wonder, when my life ends and hers continues? Who will watch out for her then? I saw the rage and the vengeful lust that burned in her eyes. I fear those unquenchable flames will outlive us all. And then we've got a nice little picture of the burning black wolf. So, there's still the locked solution part. Let's read what this says. Dracula's Heir, a note from the publisher. The previous entry constitutes the last of the documents provided by John Kelso. Unfortunately, Mr. Kelso vanished several weeks after this manuscript was typeset. Remember, this Kelso is bringing the documents that were left for him in 2007. 100 years later, Mr. Kelso vanished several weeks after this manuscript was typeset, and he remains missing at press time. Shortly after his disappearance, the following letter arrived at our office. Written in excellent cursive, it addresses many of the questions left unresolved by the earlier journal entries and letters. We offer it under seal to encourage readers to draw their own conclusions before consulting it. Those who are truly stumped may open the parcel and find the answers they seek. Sadly, they will provide little comfort either to the friends and relations of Mr. Kelso or to the world at large. And there's the sealed thing. All right, so presumably this sealed document is going to explain the questions that Seward had about why did she hold such venom, where is she now, and most curious of all, why was she so interested in Renfield? Well, the first and the third seem like they're related to her being the daughter of Renfield. Where is she now? I don't know the answer to that. And then the modern question about who's captured Kelso and why is he being threatened, we're not sure the answer to. Who's Lady Godalming? We'll probably reread this introduction to refresh our memory about some of that. But we have to take another break first, so we'll come back and then we'll be ready to read the solution, talk about it a little bit, theorize, and then read and wrap up, and we'll be done pretty soon. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're just wrapping up Dracula's Heir. We're talking in the channel our theories. I think we're all pretty much agreed that we've got two sets of questions. Questions on the past about why she cares about Renfield, etc. But then the question is, now Mr. Kelso is missing, the person who got these documents. What happened to him? And seems like we're pretty much agreed that it sounds like probably John Kelso, the guy who's in the modern time who got these documents, is going to be a descendant of the Harkers who were told went abroad and changed their names. So what we're going to do is we're going to reread the introduction, the part about John Kelso, and see if, and Swantry, who we think could be either the descendant of or the woman or the actual vampire woman herself, Barbara. Okay, so let's reread the introduction stuff now that we know what we're looking for. Okay, we'll just go through it quickly. Documents you're about to read contain either ingenious lies or dangerous truths. I've possessed them for a year. I sincerely hope they don't come to possess me. My name is John Kelso. I'm an American attorney formerly employed in the London office of the financial consulting firm Field, Feldspar and Jones. Last winter, I was approached by the estate of Lady Chase Godalming to review some of her papers, including pending their donation to the British Library. Lady Godalming, I learned, was the widow of late Arthur Godalming, who passed away in 1948. The Lord's wife, who was apparently much younger, outlived him by decades, dying in a fire in early 2007. She was an amateur genealogist and a celebrated bibliophile. She's a genealogist, so she's looking into family lineages. Maybe so because she wanted to track down a family member of the Harkers. She was also a noted recluse. I'm told that toward the end of her life, she allowed only a handful of trusted servants into her presence. No one else. Yeah, because you know why? She was burned up, is what it was. Godalming is going to be Barbara, and she's dead. That's how I'm reading it. Her Lady Chase Godalming is going to be dead, and she's going to be Barbara, and the woman bringing this to us may be her daughter who's trying to get revenge. I'm told toward the end of her life she allowed only a handful of trusted servants into her presence. Okay. Which is why I was taken back when the woman's heir, a distant cousin of hers named Lucy Swantry, approached me about some documents Lady Godalming wanted me to have. She included special instructions in her will that they were to be examined by you personally before passing to the British Library. She said over lunch at a restaurant in Knightsbridge. She was very young, quite beautiful, and rather businesslike. With a retainer. I was mentioned in her will. I can't imagine why. I have no idea, Swantry replied. The bulk of Lady Godalming's extensive collection is being examined and collated by a team of experts. Envelope is old, had the Godalming family seal. A note from Lady Godalming herself, who I think is Barbara. So we're going to pay special attention to do that. All right, let's read what she says here. She wrote this just before her passing, Swantry said as she handed it to me. Now, if you'll pardon my rudeness, I must be on my way. It was a pleasure to finally meet you after all this time, Mr. Kelso. Perhaps we will meet again, I said, smiling back. Perhaps, now that I know where to find you. Yeah, because she's going to kill him. And put the letter in my jacket. Walk several blocks back to my office. I see. Okay, so just to make sure we understand, it sounds like he was hired by them last winter, he says. Last winter, I was hired by the estate to review some of her papers. Then she dies and leaves him all this in a will. Okay. And here's the note that she wrote. So let's see if we can notice anything now about this. Any like sigil of a wolf or Dracula? Not really. Any acronym of the name that would reveal that I guess she married in to some other family. I don't see anything too suspicious there, but let's see what her note says now. Lady Chase Goldilming. To the man known as John Kelso. To the man known as John Kelso. Greetings. Please study the contents of the parcel I have given you. The items may at first seem of no significance, but I assure you that this information pertains to a threat against your life. These documents explain why, if you have the wit to parse their meaning. She's teasing him just the way Barbara and the other Dr. whatever tease the other guy. Time is short. I believe nothing can save you from your fate. Like, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to have you killed. But I'd like you to understand why first. Nothing in there extra, right? Okay, so he says, at first I thought it was a joke. But who would do such a thing? I didn't think so. Envelope has yellowed papers, like piece of a puzzle. It all began with a vampire. I won't bore you with the details. Suffice it to say that it all checked out. Series of killings in 1905 around the North Yorkshire town of Whitby. What could it have to do with me? He realized that has nothing to do with me. I'll just make some money out of this. One of the first people I told of my plan was Lucy Swantree, who phoned me unexpectedly one day. So she phones him out of the blue. Hey, you had a chance to look at those documents? And he says, yeah, of course I did. And then he says, you had no idea what these were? And she says, well, only Lady Goldilming really knew. And then he says, well, let me tell you. What they were is documents that said Dracula was real. Even Dracula was killed by Van Helsing. There was a second vampire that took more victims here in England. Maybe still on the prowl. Furthermore, the letter from Lady Goldilming implies that this is all somehow a threat to me. Long silence. He's in England, John Kelso. Maybe he's a descendant of Seward, not the Harkers. Because he says they're in England now. I thought he was somehow American. So Swantree says, she believed you were caught up in this? You must be terrified. Look, she's trying to savor his fear. Hardly. I think it's ridiculous. A long silence. She's upset that he's not afraid. I don't quite follow your reasoning, she says. Let me lay it out for you. Vampires scare people who are 10 years old, not me. She says, but the documents, I thought you verified they were real. He says, yeah, but just because they're real old doesn't mean they're real. And then he says, he does a little insult of Lady Goldilming. He says, she must have been either naive or senile to fall for such a hoax. The only part I can't understand is how she managed to connect me. And then this woman's getting upset. She had her reasons. She went to great lengths to warn you because she wants him to be scared before he dies. And then this guy's like talking down to her, obviously. Yet she didn't see fit to explain what she was warning me about. She's senile. Swantry says nothing. She's getting mad at him. Finally, she says, what are you going to do now? And he says, I'm going to make some money off them. I'm going to give them a chance. Lady Goldman clearly states I may use these as I wish. I'm going to approach an American firm about publishing them. And then Swantry freaks out a bit. And then she says, I see. And she's angry. Go ahead, publish them. It's not going to make a difference. Make any difference to what? No answer. And then he says, now you got the final product from the correspondence of John Seward. He says, I haven't been able to resolve them, though I've pored over these pages incessantly. During your sleuthing, perhaps you might also consider how a century-old murder mystery could possibly pose a threat to my life. I believe intellectually it's impossible, yet there's no such thing as vampires. Yet her note still bothers me. I keep asking myself the same questions. If there wasn't some connection, why would she go through the trouble involving me? Okay, let's read this last part. Such thoughts prey upon me more and more these days. A few weeks ago, I returned to the United States and now reside in... Okay, so he is from the United States originally. No reason to advertise it. I know it sounds paranoid, but sometimes I could swear I hear things outside my windows. That isn't your problem. All right. So I think that's it. The only thing that would be nice to know is whether we could, if we could have some confirmation that the Harkers had a baby. Here's the newspaper. I think we might have misreading of all things the article that was Mina talks about, not Mina, that Barbara, Dr. Oregon mentions here, curious waterfront accident. An unidentified body was discovered this morning at Millwall Dock, submerged in the channel that connects it to the Thames. The corpse was spotted face down in the water at approximately 2 o'clock by watchmen. A close examination by the authorities revealed that the victim, apparently a young man, had been savagely beaten and was likely thrown into the water by his assailants, apparently dead or very nearly so. Police are pursuing various avenues of inquiry, welcome any information the public can share. The third murder in the area this year, with the last also unsolved occurring on March the 19th. Other than that, it doesn't seem like any of this is relevant to us. Let's read, as our last rereading, let's reread this section about Miss Morrigan. 3 young ladies were yesterday awarded medical degrees from University College, making them among the first of the fair sex to be so honored. Roberta Ellsworth, Junko, Elizabeth Fairfishing, and Dolores Morrigan. All are in their early 20s, unmarried, presented with their degrees. In spite of the rigorous coursework, they're in the top 5%. Miss Morrigan excelling above all others. She plans to work in the field of mental health, interested in the causes and possible cures for hysteria. Okay. So let's catch up on the chat and remember our theories. We all agree with everything we've read now that Swan Tree is just planning to kill him and wants him scared. So then the only discussion is she was searching for descendants, found John. So she was Lord Godalming. Wanted to torture him first so he would fear his death. We should compare the handwriting to other notes Barbara wrote. Also, I like the idea that Godalming is Lucy Swantree. Interesting. Godalming was very young compared to her husband. Swantree is also very young and beautiful. She says, you must be terrified. That was her intent. Yes. He must be a Harker. We know they had children, but our doctor didn't. Said never trust anyone again. I like it. I like your theory. I like that reasoning for why it would be the Harker's kid and not the doctor's kid. So Kelso is descendant of the Harkers. That might be why he says sell to an American, and he says he comes back to America. So yes, I believe that all makes sense. Didn't the doctor say they had a child when they went to go live in the country? Did they? That would be very significant. Did he say they had a child? The Harkins have decided to effect one of their own changes. The couple came to the hospital to thank me for resolving the case. Mina and Jonathan listened in horror. Not a day came later. They planned to leave England for a tour of the world, a tour from which, based on a note I received from Mina, I believe they will never return. I received it along with a business card from our friend Arthur, whom they placed in charge of their affairs in their absence. And then we got the letter from Mina. We owe you everything. We'll never meet again. We go across the water to start our new life with a new name. So, how do we know they had a child? Can someone fill me in? Anna thinks that Godalming didn't age and she didn't really die. I think that's a reasonable idea. But can someone tell me why we think we know that the Harkers had a child? Not that I disagree that John Kelso is a descendant of the Harkers. I think that is the truth. But if you think there's somewhere in this book that says they did, you please let me know. Or is that from outside of this book? John says, it mentioned they had a child earlier when he first talks about them living in the country. And now let's look at the handwriting. I love your idea of checking the handwriting. Let's do it. The doctor mentioned they moved to the country with their child near the beginning when Harper closed the practice. Well, that's pretty cool. I'm really love that you guys remembered that. I'd love to read it with my own eyes. Can you guys remind me a little bit where it might have been? It was in a letter in one of the documents in the pocket. Okay. That's the servant. This is the note that actually, so this is what Jonathan wanted to check. We're told here, sorry, this is the letter from the servant that said, come get me. And then, but we're told that actually our Dr. Manning wrote that letter. So let's see if it matches the letters from Goldeming. Let's see. Well, anything jump out? Let me just mark this page so we can come back to it. Let's see if anything in the handwriting will let us know that Lady Goldeming is the same, is the vampire from before. Any distinctive letters we should be looking for? This looks typed with a computer font, whereas this looks actually written. So I'm not sure we're going to be able to see a connection. Feels like this is actually handwritten, whereas this is computer font. So it was a good idea, but I don't see it. What happened? Did I do it out of the wrong order? Yes. Goldeming's letter goes here. This goes here. But hold on a second. We also have Barbara, the girl's note, but that's not typeset, is it? Or is this her handwriting? No, subject said. All right, you guys said that the Harkers, we read somewhere that the Harkers went into the country with a child. I wish I could find that. When the doctor had the first conversation with Barbara in his office. Yep, there we go. Okay. So he's talking to Morrigan, and here's his discussion about the Harkers. They inherit a business. It didn't work. So they liquidated their business interests and relocated to Whitby, where they live with their son. On a very pleasant country estate. Yeah, that's it. Okay, good. We've agreed, we found it, and that just is a good chunk more evidence that it's a Harker descendant. All right, so now I think we're pretty much ready to solve it. I just got one question for you, which is, I think we understand everything. We're in a little bit of disagreement about whether Barbara is the Lady Goldeming, whether Swantree is Lady Goldeming, and she just never aged. And I would make the case that that's not the case. I think the fact that she doesn't want visitors means she's like burned up. And I think the fact that she aged from age 12 to being 20 suggests that she does age. Remember, little Barbara was attacked by Dracula when she was 12, and then she turned into a 20-year-old doctor. So I think she does age. So my suspicion is that she lived to a ripe old age of 100 or whatever, 120. And Swantree is her relation who's going to get... Because Swantree is her blood relation who's been brought into the fold of these creatures. Like, she attacked... So I think Swantree is just her cousin. Like, her whole family now are vampires. She's created vampires down the lineage of her family and sicked them on to John Kelso. John says, well, maybe she didn't give in to her bloodlust until she was 20, so maybe that's when she stopped aging. Either way, it absolutely could be either way. It absolutely could be either way. But we'll see. Don't forget, the whole family, that Renfield family, has got schizophrenia and craziness, violent insanity in their genes. So it's not so crazy that the other members of their family would be after it. Now, the only question I have for you, but we all agree on the basic facts of it. Okay, so Shay says she agrees with Anna and Jonathan that aging didn't start until she started eating people, and then it stayed the same. Okay, that's fine. The only thing, and we're all in agreement that John Kelso is... The question suggests is easy. One person must be Swantree. Who are you interpreting? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. The only question... So, and we all agree that Kelso is a descendant of the Harkers. I don't understand this part about the question suggests it's easy. One person must be Swantree. I don't know what that means. Where is she now? Is that your point? I mean, we're not... Swantree asked Kelso, you must be terrified. Well, I'm not in disagreement that Swantree is trying to kill him and is scaring him. The only thing I'm not 100% sure about is whether Swantree is the unaged vampire or whether Swantree is just a descendant of the vampire who wants revenge for her dead mother or niece. The question, where is she now, suggests that there are no more vampires to me. Okay, well, that was the only thing I was going to come back to. The only question that we're sort of a little bit unsure about is where is she now? So I guess this has an answer if you believe Swantree is this same person, because then you know an answer to it. She's in America, or in trying to hunt down and kill John Kelso. But I guess if you believe that, yeah, I guess your answer to this, if you believe she is the same vampire, is she's in America. And your answer to this, if you believe that she actually died and Swantree is her descendant trying to take revenge, the answer to this, where is she now, is she's dead. So, okay, just for the fun of it, I'm going to stick with the idea that she's a vampire and she did age and she did die. And that, so the answer to this is she's dead, but that Swantree is her heir trying to continue and kill her. But either way, all right, are we ready to answer it then? Do we have... Why did she hold such venom for people she barely knew? Because she's related to Renfield and she wants her revenge for Renfield. That's why she was interested in Renfield. And where is she now? Those who believe that she's still alive and young believe that she is Swantree and she's in America and just captured John Kelso. Those of us who believe that Swantree is a relative of her believe that she's dead and Swantree's in America trying to and Swantree, a relative, is trying to capture Kelso. And so then our answers about what happened to Kelso and why did he get this, are all in agreement regardless. Okay, here we go. Everyone in the channel agrees that Barbara is Swantree. I'm the only one who's saying that Barbara died and Swantree is her relative after revenge on her behalf. All right, everyone's on file with your official answers before I open this up. I think that's completely reasonable. Both theories seems reasonable. The testimony of Dr. Morrigan. Dum dum dum. All right, here we go. This is our epilogue under a locked, sealed area. Ladies and gentlemen of the reading public, I have closely followed the preparations for the publication of this volume. I maintain a proprietary interest in the letters and diary entries it showcases, having gone to almost unimaginable lengths to unearth them. Much treasure was lost, and much blood spilled, none mine, happily, during their acquisition. However, I think the effort worthwhile, because my goal, at least in the beginning, wasn't to document the sordid tale just presented. My enthusiasm for the documents and genealogical research was originally driven by a much simpler motive: revenge. I am, of course, Dolores Morrigan, the woman whom the good Dr. Seward disparages so terribly in the pages of his journal. I am also quite a few other people, but more about that later. First, I will clarify certain matters left by necessity unresolved in the previous text. Sounds like you're right, that Lady Goldeming is the same person and she's still alive and young. The question I will first address is the one I imagine the typical reader would find most pressing. What did I do after Seward, may he stew in the lowest ring of hell for all eternity, shot me and set me on fire? Allow me first to give that clumsy idiot his due. Electing to bring a gun to our rendezvous was perhaps the only clever idea he ever had. Since my blood is not entirely vampiric, I am immune to garlic, crosses, silver, all the usual protections. Yet I am still vulnerable to such earthly traumas as, say, a .38 caliber bullet from a British Army service revolver. When I assumed the form of a black wolf and attacked him, Seward got off 3 shots, one of which struck me in the neck. I fell in a heap, and the bastard set me alight with his lantern. Thus I learned that I was no more immune to burns than I was to bullets. I fled Carfax Abbey as a living torch. Fortunately, Seward, who that night displayed utterly uncharacteristic courage, was too injured to pursue me and finish me off. I kept my wolf shape just long enough to put some distance between myself and any potential pursuers. Then I collapsed in a wooden glen and reverted to human form. The pain was exquisite. If I had been mortal, the bullet alone would have killed me. But in addition, I was charred over every inch of my body. At that point, some kind of vampiric instinct must have taken over. Slowly and painfully, I crawled to a small nearby cave, dragged myself into its darkest, deepest corner, and then lost consciousness. Whatever overtook me at that point was far more profound than mere sleep. When I finally awoke, I was no longer in pain. And when I stepped out of the cave and into the night, I saw that my burns had vanished. Fully restored, I was overcome with desire for both blood and revenge. Yet, though my bloodlust was easily satisfied, my second need was soon frustrated. I dealt with the thirst by breaking down the door of a nearby farmhouse. There I quickly drained, dispatched, and dismembered the farmer, his wife, their 3 children, and the family dog for good measure. I then equipped myself with some of the wife's clothing, looked around the hovel for anything else of value. But then my eyes fell upon a newspaper sitting on the kitchen table. It was dated November 11th, 1912. Full 5 years since the night Seward actually nearly killed me, so she hibernated for 5 years. It had taken half a decade for my body to undo what that brute had done. There was no telling what had happened in the interim. All my plans were ruined. I was mad with rage. As quickly as I could, I established a new identity and made discreet inquiries about the whereabouts of my enemies. The bitterest disappointment was that Abraham Van Helsing had died of a stroke 2 years earlier, placing him forever beyond my reach. John Seward was still supervising that damned asylum of his, but he was constantly on watch. Not only could I not approach him, but I had to be very wary of his agents spotting me. Perhaps worst of all, Jonathan and Mina Harker had departed England and disappeared. By the time I began my pursuit, their trail was long cold. That left only Arthur Holmwood, happily remarried and enjoying his wealth. But of course, no one but his closest friends called him Arthur. To the world he was known as Lord Arthur Godalming, a title he'd inherited upon the death of his father. Here, I decided, was my opportunity. I learned that Lord Godalming had been charged with, but before we go to there, here is her killing the family in the farm. Not shown are the 3 dead kids and dead dog. I learned that Lord Godalming had been charged with liquidating the Harkers' English holdings and their financial and legal affairs. Might he still be in contact with them? To find out, I killed his wife and made it look like a riding accident. Then, after a suitable 1-year mourning period, I arranged to have myself presented to him. I had assumed yet another identity and name, that of Chase Prudence, Fairweather, Wellington, a wealthy young widow from Westmoreland. Or perhaps it was Cumberland. At any rate, someplace far away and hard to verify. As expected, my charms worked smashingly on Godalming, a 40-ish man who was delighted to have a comely, well-bred 20-year-old girl, or so he thought, seek his companionship. In no time we were married. Shortly thereafter, thanks to my prodigious talents of mental manipulation, I gained full control of his money and affairs. But even with near limitless resources, I could not find the Harkers, and old man Godalming was simply no help. After many, many interrogations, he finally convinced me he knew nothing. And so, in 1948, I killed him. Freed of any need for restraint, I continued my search across continents and decades. I resolved that my vengeance would reach them no matter how long it took. Finally, I happened upon a clue. I had collected a library of documents concerning vampires and their victims, but the tip lay in plain sight, in a passage from Dracula itself. In a letter to that absurd cow, Lucy Westenra, Mina tells of the night that Jonathan's employer, Peter Hawkins, decided to make them his heirs. Mina reported that he said, "My dears, I want to drink to your health and prosperity, and may every blessing attend you both. I know you both from children, and have, with love and pride, seen you grow up. Now I want you to make your home here with me. I have left to me neither chick nor child, all are gone, and in my will I have left you everything." A lesser mind might never have noticed the subtle insight into Mina's personality betrayed by this incident. But I, who have kept up with the psychiatric literature over the years, saw it instantly. I surmised that Mina, that insipid piece of gutter trash, was so ruled by sentiment that when she and her idiot husband abandoned their names, she might have insisted that they adopt Hawkins to honor their benefactor. This revelation inaugurated yet another world-spanning search by my agents, requiring seas of money, plus another commodity of which I had much less: time. You see, I had outlived mine. Somewhere in my early 20s, I had simply stopped aging. Yeah, you were right. Somewhere in my early 20s, I had simply stopped aging. Years and years later, when by all rights I should have been a feeble old woman, I remained young. For obvious reasons, I had to become a recluse, attended only by a handful of surgeons bound to me by far more than mere money or personal loyalty. But I still attracted attention. Long years ago, when I was pursuing his lordship, I gave my year of birth as 1894. Now that number came back to haunt me. Reporters started asking after my health because apparently I was now one of the oldest citizens in the United Kingdom. My agents told the press that I was a senile bag of bones incapable of holding my own urine, let alone a conversation with a Daily Mirror reporter. But I knew the deception couldn't last much longer, for vampires overstaying one's welcome always brings disaster. Finally, just a couple of years ago, all my effort bore fruit, though by that time any satisfaction gained from divining the cursed couple's whereabouts was purely academic. All that remained were their graves, side by side in an Akron, Ohio cemetery. I was galled to learn that under their names were inscribed the words, "No evil can touch you now," which is, as I must admit, entirely true. However, I did glean satisfaction from two things. Firstly, that the detestable Harkers had to live out their lives in Akron. Secondly, that though they were now beyond me, their heirs were not. The couple's lone male child was long dead too, but there were grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and one of them was in London. A pretty young boy named John Kelso. Obviously, he'd shed the Hawkins name, but I discovered that his full first name was Jonathan. What to do? After all my labors, I couldn't just sweep in and murder him. I wanted to meet him and give him a foretaste of what was in store. So I killed two birds with one stone. I arranged for the death of hoary old Lady Godalming in a fire. The corpse was furnished by some decrepit vagrant woman I killed specifically for the purpose. Once free of that burden, I instituted my master stroke, leaving my still considerable fortune to a long-lost cousin named Lucy Swantree. The more astute among you may have realized that this is an anagram. an homage of sorts to my long-deceased husband's first love. I know that Scotland Yard's Specialist Crime Directorate picked up on it fairly quickly. But no matter, the moniker was strictly for fun and not meant to last. I used it during the legal proceedings surrounding the resolution of the estate, and also when I gave John the carefully selected papers that revealed he was a marked man. So we should have known that Swantree was an anagram. What is it an anagram for? Let's keep reading. We can come back to that if you want. I gave Jonathan the carefully selected papers that revealed he was a marked man. Then I vanished, siphoning the bulk of the Godalming's estate into untraceable accounts and moving on to a new life and name. But Lucy had one last mission to perform before her retirement. It was in the guise of Swantree that I originally met John Kelso, and it was in that same guise that I paid him a surprise return visit. It was, as you can imagine, not a good surprise. Well, not for him, at least. I'm rather enjoying it. Poor John is with me now. In fact, he's helping me write this note. He has, of course, drastically revised his rash opinion that vampires don't exist. And I have forgiven his peculiar decision to publish the documents remanded to him. It all worked out for the best in my view. After all, the only thing sweeter than revenge is revenge with an audience. As for Dracula's original killers, I must placate myself with the knowledge that, while I personally presided over the death of only one, in the end, they all met horrible fates, the fate reserved for every mortal who draws breath. They all lived long enough to feel their bodies and minds begin to fail, sense the fading of the sweetness of life, and watch in horror as the lengthening shadows heralded the ghastly approach of their doom. Oh, if only I had been the agent of that doom. But it was instead the Reaper, the only creature in all creation more implacable than I. Dr. John Seward, for instance, remained a bachelor until his death in 1932, a death in which I, of necessity, had no hand. To his last day, he kept watch. He wanted to destroy me, of course, but I also think he wanted me to answer those questions he outlined in his journal. Well, now that it will do him absolutely no good, I will tie up those annoying loose ends. It began when I was a child named Barbara Coopersmith, though actually it reaches back further than that to when I was still known by my father's last name. I vaguely remember him. He departed our house when I was 5, and the police arrested him for a violent attack on a shopkeeper who he said had cheated him. My mother was so frightened that she moved away from the coast and adopted a new name so he could never find us. But apparently, he somehow knew, for when Dracula came to England, the man offered me, his own daughter, as a blood sacrifice to seal their alliance. That is why Dracula attacked me that night. He must have enjoyed me greatly to call me a fit offering. And that explains the entry in Renfield's diary that so confused the thick-headed Seward. He demands a sacrifice to prove my devotion, it read. I will give him the most fitting. I will give him my own blood. But by blood he meant my blood, the blood of his estranged daughter, which he offered without hesitation. And so my insane father gave me, body and soul, to a new father. And as the years passed and the fever in my blood rose, I identified even more strongly with that dark patriarch. I began to act like him, see things through his eyes, and as any good daughter would, I started to lust for the destruction of those who took my father, my real father, from me. So that is that. I have no more secrets to share, or more accurately, no more secrets I deign to share. I will keep my current name and locale private, but you may yet hear of my work. There are some Van Helsings in Amsterdam that I may visit. I'm not entirely sure they're related to Abraham Van Helsing, but I find I really don't care anymore. The lust for revenge still burns, and I must feed the flames. Sweet dreams, the former Lucy Swantree, Lady Chase Godalming, Dolores Morrigan, Barbara Cooper Smith, and Barbara Renfield. A final note from the publisher. Unfortunately, there is no doubt about the authenticity of this letter. The original was turned over to the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, where DNA testing revealed the curious brown ink used for writing was not ink at all. It was human blood, specifically that of the still missing John Kelso. There you have it. Dracula's Heir. I'm amazed you guys stayed up with me for it. 6.5 hours it took us to read through it, play through it. Surprisingly, it actually did have a mystery that required us to answer a couple questions and figure out. I got it slightly wrong at the end. Anna, Jonathan, and Shay, and maybe Logan all got it correct. We got most of it correct. All right. Who wants to give their thoughts on this? I'll give some thoughts while you guys are thinking and giving your thoughts. Perfectly appropriate for Halloween night. Just the perfect book to read on Halloween. It had some very creepy, effective scenes. Writing was great. The little clues interspersed were a nice touch. Almost unnecessary, but a nice touch. Maybe the newspaper was a little long. Very good writing. And yet another mystery or story that's interweaving multiple time frames. Here we've got 3 time frames. The original events of Dracula, then the 10 years later story that is most of our game, and then the current day 2007 little secondary wrap-up story. And what was really cool is that, like, we had a couple questions about both. We had a couple questions about what was going on back in 1907 or so, and then a couple questions about what happened in 2007. And all very effective. And I think we realized it was Barbara, the little girl early on, the daughter of Renfield. Shay came up with the one thing that really clicked everything into place by pointing out that this weird statement by Renfield about, I'll give him my blood, and our guy Seward's like, he didn't give him any of his blood. And then in the channel, Shay said, he probably means he gave her his daughter, his flesh and blood. So that was really quite effective. And then it was fun to debate about whether Swantree was a descendant or really the woman not aging. The illustrations were beautiful, very fitting for the tone of this book. This was obviously very lovingly created, this book, with all of the background graphics. I mean, just really beautiful with the red and black, the little touches, the illustrations. Very interesting that we actually got to read the original lost unpublished chapter of Dracula. Story within a story, always cool. It might have been nice if the handwriting could be matched. That would give us a little bit of a clue. I really liked it. I don't know, how effective how painful it is to listen to someone read for 6 hours over YouTube. but I enjoyed it. Love the art style. Look at that. I mean, look at that. How do you ask for more than that? That's the scene where the doctor finally reveals who her true identity is. I love that scene. What about the part? Remember, there was some real humor in this too, right? What about the part where she says, remember this part? She's telling her history. She's just like she's thrown him against the wall, broke his ribs, broke his ankle, right? And is telling him her whole plan to kill him. Then she's saying, yeah, I came to school to Whitby. I had an interview with a blind fool named John Seward. She's talking to Seward now at this point. And she says, in time you came to rely on my administrative skills and even to entertain the thought of perhaps starting a romantic relationship with me. Which, by the way, is not going to happen. And he goes, oh, indeed not, indeed not. He's like, it's so funny that he's always trying to pursue a little romance with her. And he's talking down to her at some point. Pretty cool. And like, we really developed a fondness for her. And there was the moment when we started to realize, it's probably her. And you ever see that Simpsons episode where Lisa breaks Ralph's heart and they're watching it on the VCR and he's like, Bart says, you can see where his heart broke. And he's like fast forwarding one frame at a time, click, 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 click. And that's basically what happened to me. My heart got broken at that moment when we realized, okay, it's her. But it was pretty cool. Okay, let's see. Jonathan says, I like the horror. I appreciate all the hints about Morrigan. It did seem to me that this author had read the older dossiers and enjoyed them, yes. Jonathan says, my real complaint is there were not enough characters. For me, it made the twist more obvious. Anna says, it was more novel than a dossier file, but for that it was good. Good pictures, documents, mystery was thin, but we expected that, as Jesse said, appropriate for Halloween. Logan says it's a hybrid itself, fair play and dossier. Shay says it was well put together. I would have liked it to be a bit more of a challenge, but I enjoyed it. It was a pleasure. Great twist. And Jesse, a bedtime story for adults on Halloween. I appreciate that. I guess, yeah, if you were to walk into this thinking that you are going to experience a serious mystery to solve, if those were your expectations, like some of the best crime dossiers, I could see being disappointed that it was mostly a novel. I sort of came at it from the other perspective. I expected it to be 100% pure story and rather dry. And at the end, it gave me more mystery questions than I expected. I agree, we've solved most of them. It was interesting that the game chose to sort of do a half reveal of the answer, like revealed that Morrigan is the vampire, and she reveals half of her motivations, just not the part that she's Renfield. So it left us with that to discover. And maybe gave us too much of a clue that she was Barbara Renfield's daughter. There was a bunch of laying it on a little bit thick about why she's so interested in Renfield. And if you wanted more of a mystery challenge for us, don't lay it on as thick there. Don't leave us much. But I guess for me, I wasn't expecting even as much puzzle challenge as we got. So I was just thrilled with the quality of the writing, the horror scenes, the scary scenes, the creepiness, and then the fact that we got some real questions, both back in time in 1907 and in modern day, I really enjoyed. And we had a little debate about, I was wrong about who was who, you guys were right. Everything was explained nicely. A very nice epilogue. That was really well done, don't you think? That we got to hear from the antagonist to gloat over her story with a bleak ending. That creepy part about John Kelso's with her, helping her. Very creepy, very appropriate. But we frequently talk about these endings not being entirely satisfying. But boy, was that nice, right? Like, to me, movies and books, like, it's about the villain. And we got a good villain, right? We got a good villain out of this. And then she gloated at the end and she had the last word. And she's like, this guy, the guy's with me. He believes in vampires now. I mean, that was creepy. And it's his blood that she's writing this letter. A nice, generous epilogue ending. This deserves to be played. This deserves a place up with those dossiers, in my opinion. More story than mystery, but very well done. Very well done. A very cool experience, I thought. Logan said, I had a bad feeling about Morrigan at the beginning. She was a character without fear. Why wasn't she afraid? Yeah, it's true. When you look back, she was pretty fearless. John says, another way I guess I would think about my complaint, it sets itself up as a mystery, yet the first half of the story, Harkers are the only suspects, so it seems like they're being framed. That's a good point. It's a good point that at some point it became very clear to us that they weren't suspects. But I guess I look at it more in terms of from a fair play mystery, from a hardcore puzzle mystery, I would agree with you. But from a story standpoint, like, I can see the arc. I didn't believe it was them. But by the time that servant came and told us she's been hearing stuff creeping around on the Harker estate, I was totally in. I was like, yep, it's the Harkers. So I had a trajectory. I thought they were suspected, but they really surely, Mina's not turned evil. But once that servant showed up with the note, I was like, yep, it's them. And then only after he was arrested was I like, okay. So I think I followed the, I was much more emotionally on John Seward's train. When he suspected them, I suspected them. When he had doubts about whether they were involved, I had doubts. And remember when he talks to him in jail, he like tries to blame Van Helsing. He's like, I never thought it was you. It's Van Helsing. That was pretty funny. But it's true that, you know, along the course of the way, there weren't enough other suspects to give us too much doubt. And it says, I didn't find it suspicious that Morrigan wasn't scared. No one's fearful until he meets with the vampire. Well, that's in fact exactly what John Seward says. When she's not afraid of vampires, he comes right out and he says, that's exactly what people are like until they come face to face with the scary creatures. Then they'll change their tune. John says, I think I would maybe be better if it just advertised itself as a thriller rather than as a mystery. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think calling this an interactive mystery is a little bit weird as a name. I don't know what the proper name for such a thing would be called. Pretty cool. What was your guys' favorite moment? The scene where she reveals herself to be the evil vampire? There were a couple scenes that were pretty cool. The scenes where I think my favorite part maybe might have been where the girl who's brought into the asylum goes for an interview with him. And he's like, what are you here for? And she's like, oh yeah, he says, how did you escape? And she says, I didn't escape. He let me out. He's like, why would he let you out? And she's like, with the knife to kill you. Or she grabs the paper opener and tries to kill him. That was pretty cool. That's a bleak ending that she's writing her final note with the blood. And she's like, I'm going to go chase down the Van Helsing relatives now and murder them. And she's like, I can't really tell if they're the direct descendants or not, but I don't care anymore. I'll just kill them anyway. And it was pretty cool that Seward was like, when she was like, I'm going to kill you now. And he's like, well, you weren't as smart as you think. Logan says, good set pieces. That's a nice way to describe it. That's right. There were some very good set pieces in this story. Jonathan says, my favorite part was when Seward is digging up Renfield and realizes someone has just dug him up. And then she leads him into the crypt. That was pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cool, especially since he's not registering it. It's a good example how you might think if you were an amateur writer that you have to have us not know if she's dangerous or not. But really, by that point, we're just like, please don't follow her. Please don't go into that tomb. And we can see he's just not thinking fast enough. He's just following her. That was pretty cool. And it says, I like the moment we figured out that Morrigan was the real vampire. Yeah. I did like the moment when we figured out that it was Barbara, too. I liked the moment when we figured out that that fitting tribute and the blood from Renfield meant he was talking about his daughter. Her hubris is what got her in trouble. All right, pretty fun, pretty enjoyable. I mean, John says, I also like the line about Renfield's journal. Even worse. Renfield had terrible handwriting. There were some good moments of humor in this for sure. All right, let's wrap it up here. I loved it. You know, part of enjoying something has to do with the context, your expectations, and the company that you spend that time with. And I think part of why I've been loving these games we've been playing recently is because it's been fun hanging out with you guys and talking to you and sharing the experience with you. So some of the credit goes to you. All right, so tomorrow there'll be a video about the review of the Play by Mail games. Wednesday, November 2nd, 10 p.m. I'll be doing the live Q&A. Maybe we'll play a little bit of Mysterium Park on the channel. If you have any questions, you can post them or ask them live. And then soon after that, we'll play the Postmortem London Gothic and the Burglary at Bellamy's Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case. And we've got a lot more games to play. I guess we'll have a full 2023. Maybe we'll figure something special to play over Christmas and New Year's. Keep that in mind. All right. With that, I'll see you next time.